Start your engines, please, and go!
Meet the LEGOLAND team!
Time to celebrate!
Congratulations, world champion.
Welcome to one of the longest, most thorough, and most exhaustive videos you will ever watch on this platform, all revolving around LEGO. Along with their many, many physical products, coming from wooden toys to the lovable abomination it's become now, LEGO have also created dozens and dozens of video games throughout the years, with the total being over 100. Yes, I said over 100. Scratch that, you saw the title, it's over 200. Don't be fooled by the other videos on YouTube claiming they've played every LEGO game in one video, because most of them started at LEGO Star Wars, which is actually either the 67th or 54th LEGO game, depending on what you consider as games. We'll get into that. Didn't include literally any game releases besides TT games, and only the main console releases at that, not even like, you know, stuff like the DS or the Game Boy. However, unlike them, I'm going to stay true to my word. I'm going to play, complete, and 100% every single LEGO game to ever exist. Not just the Traveler's Tale stuff, not just TT games, not just the main console releases. I'm even including the mobile games. Yeah, I know. I spent literal months, upwards of 2 years, researching and making a definitive spreadsheet of every single LEGO game to ever exist, and I can guarantee you that you do not know at least a handful of these games. This project has absolutely changed my life, from learning intensive history on the development of all these titles, to the absolutely rocky start they had, to the many things I've purchased along the way trying to make this project work, to even learning about urban planning. You heard that right, I learned the basics of urban planning for this shit. Don't you worry, I will elaborate later on. For us to get to that point though, let's move on to the rules. The rules for this are very, very simple. If it's a LEGO game and I can play it as a 2022... Jesus, this script started in 2020. Okay, some context, it did not take that long to play all these. I took a break like 5 games in 2022, and then I restarted in July of 2023. So, if it's a LEGO game and I can play it as of 2024, probably 2025 when this video comes out, I have to 100% it. If it's impossible to beat or 100%, I don't care. I'm still playing it, and depending on the contents of the game, I will create a 100% condition for myself. Now, there are some exceptions when it comes to playing these, and one of them is no web games. By web games, I mean games that only released on websites, only accessible through web browsers, or discs which have a game, but the game included is literally just the browser game. That sounds really specific, but trust me, there were some Bionicle discs that did that, and it really confused me making the spreadsheet. The second exception is that we will not be including these set-dependent or quote-unquote debatable games. These are discs or apps which came with or are compatible with certain LEGO sets, mostly via controlling the set itself. Where the game portion comes in is the fact that these sets have missions in the disc or app, which are literally coding missions meant for 10-year-olds most of the time, and only like a dozen missions or less at that. The quote-unquote debatable section revolves around a couple of promotional discs, which I will get to when we eventually get to that entry in the video. Now, what defines a video game is actually very vague when you think about it or look in the dictionary. Now that that's out of the way, I should mention that while these discs and apps do have win conditions via the laid out missions, I should also remind you that I would be paying almost $100 a set to code the same thing over and over and over again on a slightly different interface, and there are a lot of these sets, one of which is reaching $400 on its own. I'm a broke high school student. 100% of the LEGO game community considers this to be software and not games, if they even know they exist. I hope you guys can accept this decision, as it is literally saving me thousands of dollars, and you all hours of boring content. I realize that's ironic considering this video's length, but I swear, the real games are interesting, okay? Anyways, don't worry. I will highlight these pieces of media still in the video, but they will be brief overviews, not me playing them themselves. I will also refer to these as debatable games, or debatables, as it is very debatable whether to even consider these as games, and it was heavily debated whether they were even worth playing or not. I honestly doubt that I missed any games in the making of this mega spreadsheet, but if you know any obscure ones that I may have missed, comment those titles down below and I will be sure to add them. Speaking of games, major side note that I didn't think I'd have to make, but if a game requires separate hardware, such as but not limited to external consoles, external control schemes, or external recording software, there is a possibility they will be played out of order. Thank you. To be clear, this doesn't mean I'm playing every single game on original hardware. This only applies to games in which the hardware is either the best way to experience the game or the only way to experience it. I'm sure you can already tell, this isn't going to be a quick overview on all these games as I 100% them, but rather a deep dive on each and every game and its gameplay, presentation, challenges, some fun facts depending on if I find them interesting enough to add into the video, and I'll sprinkle in some commentary on the process of finding out information on these games, and how I managed to suffer through each and every playthrough. One final thing before we dive deep into this project though, I gotta tell you the truth. Okay, so you see how long this video is. Like, this is a long video. But if you look at the chapters, you'll see that I know I'm a liar. That's right, this video is not the full thing. In fact, this isn't even a tenth of the games. I was pretty excited to get this video out, so I wanted to segment this project into parts, that way it could be released quicker. So yes, there will be a part 2, 3, and more, but know that I am working on continuing this series ASAP. And what better way to get up to date on when that releases than subscribing, because not only will you get that magical notification when it finally uploads, but you'll also get updates via the YouTube community tab and potential future projects that I'll be working on after this one. That's probably going to be pretty far in the future, so if I were you, I would sub so you don't completely forget about me. Please. I also want to say that future parts will have many more games than this part. The only reason the amount is so low is because these first releases are incredibly obscure, have so much decentralized information about them, and they are a lot less straightforward than you may think. LEGO Fun to Build on the Sega Pico in December of 1995. Most people have no clue this game even exists, and on top of that, it was a Japan exclusive game for a kid's edutainment console of all things. The Sega Pico was a children's learning console meant for toddlers to young children, and was shaped very similarly to a laptop. When opened, the bottom had sort of a tablet area with a stylus, and the top had the cartridge slot. These cartridges would actually house small pages of illustrations like a picture book, and the game would do things like switch to a different scene when a page was turned. It never really took off in North America or Europe, but it actually did fairly well in Japan, leading to the Japanese-only successor, the Sega Advanced Pico Bina, which, fun fact, actually was Sega's last console, not the Dreamcast. Now, due to the complexity of this console, emulation really isn't going to cut it for the true experience. I mean, sure, I could emulate it, but I would need one window open for the game, one window open for the cartridge pages, one window open for the tablet area, and I would have to use my mouse for everything instead of a stylus and physically turning the pages. It would just feel better on original hardware. And then the problem comes in, which is the price. A Sega Pico fully working has a resale value of about $100 to $150. Even untested and without the power cord, they're still around $50 to $60. The game itself also costs a whopping $300. There's only one listing on eBay for it too, but after about an hour of research when I was calculating things, I did find a website that makes Sega Pico flash carts, which is basically a cartridge that can be flashed with the game's data in order to play it without actually officially owning it. If you know what EverDrives are, then you know what I'm talking about. They are much, much, much cheaper than the game itself and really any other sought-after game on the system, and it goes for a grand total of $30. But then we got to figure out how to actually capture the game, whether I spend how much on a capture card that actually looks nice or get a camera to point at my CRT. Either way, would cost a lot in and of itself. Needless to say though, spending $100 minimum on a children's-only Japanese LEGO game that I'm only going to play for an hour at the very maximum is something I don't want to do right now. So, since I can't get a remotely authentic experience via emulator, we will skip this one for now. I promise that eventually I will get to it, but for now, pretend it doesn't exist. Alright, so this is the first of 20 whole quote-unquote debatables, which I am choosing not to play because they would cost me literal thousands of dollars to own, and for the reasons I stated earlier. Remember that these are barely even video games, so I think you will all be fine. Now, let's begin. LEGO Technic Search Sub 8250 is a LEGO set in the Technic line, a line of engineering-based LEGO sets that I'm sure almost everyone watching this video has heard of. You know, the more complicated and realistic-ish challenging builds that we are all a bit too stupid for. This set also had an alternate name and number in Europe, being LEGO Technic Nautilus 8299, and holy shit, you don't know how confusing it was to figure out that they were the same thing. I have no clue why they did that, and to my knowledge there is no difference in the sets themselves in any way. For the longest time I wasn't even sure the Nautilus rename even had a disc to begin with, but I think it does. I'm still not 100% sure, but it definitely should, considering the building instructions are actually shown through 3D models on screen instead of normal booklet. Correction, they put instructions on both the CD and a booklet. Oh, okay. The instructions are fine, I guess. It just feels unnecessary, to be honest, but I guess it was a new concept, and new equals cool in most cases. This Technic CD also set off the trend for these debatable games to have absolutely drab color schemes to the point I get depressed even just looking at this. Look at this color palette. This is not colorful. This is not promoting creativity. This looks like it would taste very bad, and LEGO are supposed to look like they taste good. In terms of footage for this game, I'm not joking, there is nothing except the opening cutscene of the disc, and one person in 2019 who uploaded all the instruction animations separately, all with the exact same title of LEGO Technic Submarine 8299, which is not the name of the set. There is an archive.org download though, so if you want to boot it up, it's right there for you. Christ, this one is hard to research. LEGO Technic TechLab 01. There was never an 02, by the way, which is wonderful. So, from what I can tell, I believe this was supposed to be some kind of promotional disc for Technic sets at the time. That's the only reason I can come up with, especially since, and trust me, I've searched for tens of hours, far and wide. Nobody knows how this was distributed. We think at least one way of it was cereal boxes, but there is next to no proof of that happening. Not like there's proof of any other lead though, so I choose to stick with that one. Next up, the release date. And nobody knows that either. The release date I put on the spreadsheet is a date put on one of the discs that I assume wasn't supposed to be distributed, as, again, there are literally zero other pieces of proof giving any other exact date, or even exact month. I just go with that one. Coming back to the fact that this is purely a promotional disc, there are parts that make me consider it to be a video game in the spreadsheet, as there actually are some very basic minigames in this list that are purely exclusive to it. Albeit they look like shit, but I'm also looking at static screenshots as I did not care to get this working. This is probably one of the most divisive of the debatable titles in this spreadsheet, as there are actual games exclusive to this program on the disc, yet I'm choosing not to play it. This is due to the fact that looking at the screenshots I have available to me, these are literally the equivalent of scratch levels, if you know that website. I would almost argue that these are more activities than games, but what do I know, right? I also think they look like web browser games, and considering all of the unknown documentation, they might be browser games for all I know, but I couldn't find it. Now, there will be a couple other titles that have similar issues coming up, but for each and every one that appears, I will try to give at least a brief explanation, like this one here, for why I will or won't play it. Alright, Lego Island, a cult classic among many a millennial who grew up with it, and surviving along with the modern day internet thanks to clips like
Oops, you have to put the CD in your computer.
Released in 1997, this game was the first to really get the Lego charm down in a video game, which wasn't really hard since it was the second one, but still. The game takes place on, well, Lego Island, a very small blob of land housing dozens of Lego minifigures despite having literally 3 houses on the whole island. Opening the game, you're greeted by this guy called the Infomaniac, who's gotta be off a perk because holy shit.
Konnichiwa. Aloha! How you doing? Yo! And in any language, welcome to Lego Island! Oh, I almost forgot. If you haven't done so already, select our big blue brick book and sign in, please. Oh, well, that was interesting. You know, I don't tell everybody this, but here's what you do. Select the letters in your name, then click the check mark when you're done. That's when your fun really begins. Good job! Welcome to Lego Island! Okay, let's get started. There's so much to do. Things like racing and jet skiing and building and flying and watching and driving and having fun and... well, you know, I'm not exactly sure what all there is to do.
He basically tells you about the basics of the menuing and making a profile and all that, but trust me, he does not get brushed aside after this. The starting area, being an interactive menu, not something you can walk around in, is called the Information Center, and it houses your character selection screen, your score cube, which is pretty much just a checkbox of what activities you've done with which character, quite a few other rooms for little reason other than just messing around in, and an exit door. There's 0 point to the exit door, as you can leave by choosing which character you want to play as, but there is an exit door nonetheless. There are 5 characters you can choose from, that being Mama and Papa Briccolini, Pepperoni, and Nick Brick and Laura Brick. Mama, Papa, and Pepper all work at a pizzeria, that's a lot of plosives, meaning they are pretty much copy-paste of each other, just added for more content. Pepper is supposedly the child of Mama and Papa, which makes their last name of Briccolini make that much less sense. Apparently this is explained in the manual, but it really just seems like an afterthought. I mean, come on, Mama and Pepperoni still sound perfectly fine. I might even prefer that. I do not think the Briccolini lineage really needed to be expanded upon here. Also, Pepper is voiced by the same kid who voiced Andy in Toy Story, which is pretty neat.
Professor Nardo, 5 degrees and touchdown. And under control.
Pepper, he's hot.
Nick and Laura Brick are police officers doing, police officer things. They have no special stories in them. I really don't understand why you can play as them. Although, something I found very interesting, which I didn't notice at all while playing the game, but rather while researching after the fact that ties this character selection together, is that each of these playable characters, as well as 2 NPCs, are all representative of an intelligence theory, which explains that there are 7 separated quote-unquote types of intelligence, those being musical, coordination, linguistics, math, spatial awareness, interpersonal connections, and logic. This isn't portrayed in an obvious way in any particular gameplay sense, but instead just through their personality and the dialogues there are for each character. The only one with any actual story is Pepper, having the only real concrete mission and plot line in the entire game, which we'll get to shortly. Before that though, we have to talk about the significance of this game and why it's remembered amidst the very crowded space of quote, activity center PC games. The main selling point of Lego Island was its open world, or at least as open as it could be for the time. At the time of its release, Lego Island was one of the very few PC games that could claim to have an open world, even if it was an incredibly limited and pitiful piece of shit. Jesus Christ, why was I so harsh on that? It's not that bad. However, instead of cobbling together some sort of reason as to why the game's open world was so small, they chose to embrace the limitations of systems at the time, which is why they actually chose to make it an island. It was very easy for consumers to understand why it was so small, so it didn't feel like an afterthought. That being said though, especially in the current age of games, this feels incredibly dated. Besides the fact this could not possibly be a functioning city when you see what buildings are on the island, one of the first things you'll immediately notice when starting is the fact you can only walk on clearly marked pathways. No grass, no sand, no gravel, just, well, gravel is a path, but just paths. While this was known as an open world for the time, you can definitely feel how restrictive it is now. Personally, the fact you can only go along the island in very specific paths kinda kills the experience for me personally, and probably most others trying to play this today without rose-tinted glasses. Granted, that can't be many people, but still. I'm not sure why the developers, Mindscape, thought this was a good idea, but if I had to guess, it was probably because of maybe some sort of collision bugs with many parts of the world that could cause glitches like clipping out of bounds. Of course, I don't know much about game development, especially in the mid to late 90s, so I really have absolutely no clue what the exact reasoning is. While these are majorly restrictive when it comes down to, well, any and every part of the game, they did somehow manage to make the quote-unquote plots gameplay feel tailor-made for this handicap. The pizza shop's pretty busy or something like that, and Papa forces Pepper to deliver a pizza to the jail. Now, if you actually go through with this as intended, nothing really happens and the pizza shop dialogue just loops. The idea is to give the pizza to the Brickster, the lone prisoner of Lego Island and, predictably, the main antagonist of the game. I think the idea was that kids would be drawn straight to giving the pizza to the Brickster once they noticed the sign next to his cell stating, "No pizza," with a misspelled pizza. As Pepper is representative of the math type of intelligence, which you can hear by his yapping about the skateboard.
90 degrees, 45 degrees. I got more degrees than a thermometer. 10 degrees.
His reading skills aren't quite all there, which is why pizza is misspelled. If you go over there with any other character, it will be correctly spelled pizza. Immediately when this objective started though, I came across an exploit which made things quite a bit more helpful, to the point I didn't even realize it was a glitch until it was pointed out to me. While trying to deliver the pizza, for some reason these various Lego pieces will get in your way to try and force you to take another path, which, might I add, is incredibly annoying, or at least it would have been. As you can see here, as long as you ram your character into this wall of pieces, tap backwards, and then go forwards again, you can glitch straight through the barrier. It's beginning to feel more and more like this game was rushed out the door to meet a deadline, and we haven't even started the main story. Now, while buggy, this seems like a fairly straightforward start to a playthrough, but nope, they already forgot to tell me clear instructions to progress. Apparently, if I just give the Brickster pizzas, he keeps complaining about how I gave him the wrong pizza. I kept doing this for a full 10 minutes before realizing that, before I give him the pizza like the game wants me to, I have to go to the police station first without the pizza, rebuild their helicopter, and then give the Brickster the pizza. And that is one of the main gripes I have with Lego Island. The relative lack of direction, at least when it came to this plot in specific. I understand that this is kind of like a semi-open world, but there still should be some sort of objective that's clear to the player, especially considering this isn't a story that goes on throughout the entirety of the game. It's literally just for Pepper. However, the worst part of all this is that sometimes they do tell you what to do. Very, very specifically and all at once. They just won't shut up. I can't remember everything I have to do because they give me so many instructions at once and I get overwhelmed, especially later in the mission, which I can't quite show you just yet because it would spoil the plot, which I'll come back to in a second. Notice how this is a very long run-on sentence, and this is how it feels when they're speaking to me, and I get overwhelmed and then I forget it all and I'm stuck because I didn't process a damn thing they were saying to me. And on top of that, there's no way to relay the information back to me, so I just have to mindlessly walk around the island until another cutscene pops up, which, I mean, imagine if you were a kid and your mom went and called you to get some lunch and you were mid-cutscene. You're fucked. I would say I'm a bit older than the target demographic for this game, and if I'm saying it's hard to remember everything, imagine what a 7-year-old was thinking at the time. Speaking of mindlessly walking around the island, even that in and of itself is a pain. Look at the turning speed of Lego Island without any mods on a modern PC. That is not fun to play with. And the reason Lego Island is this way is because the turning speed is related to the frame rate that the game runs at. When Lego Island first released, it could run on average at about 10 to 20 FPS. This meant that the turning speed was much slower and easier to manage. However, when you boot up Lego Island today, which can easily do 144 FPS and more, the camera zooms. Now, if it weren't for the legend himself, Matt KC, I don't know how I would have had remotely any fun playing this. His Lego Island Rebuilder, on top of plenty other config settings you can change to optimize your gameplay, fixes the camera. You can change the camera speed to be whatever you like and fixes it so it isn't tied to the frame rate. He is an absolute godsend, and if you want to know more about how he did it, then I will link his video in the card at the top right. Apparently, the camera being tied to the frame rate was a known bug at the time of release, and there was a fix made for the game a short time afterwards, but this fix never actually saw the light of day. I would have to say this was probably because during the development of LEGO Island, Mindscape promised their employees bonuses for work on the game, as this was a common business practice at the time, only for them to fire the entire team just days before release in order to not pay these bonuses. I have absolutely no clue how that's legal, if they got in any types of trouble for doing this, or if they got off clean from it. But yeah, it happened, and that's all I know. Anyways, let's get back to the plot at hand. Once you deliver the pizza to the Brickster after building the helicopter, he escapes out the jail cell and takes the helicopter, because why the hell not? You go on an expedition to capture the Brickster from his escape, rebuilding the helicopter and trying to stop him from destroying the city by throwing pizzas to slow him down in order for the police to catch him. Yeah, I don't get it either. This event is extremely easy, if it weren't for the glitches I experienced playing it for the first time. Basically, you can throw pizzas in the roadway to slow down the Brickster, and you can throw donuts in the roadway to speed up the police. The problem was that when I threw down 2 donuts, they wouldn't eat them. They would just pathfind to one of them, and immediately pathfind to the other one in an infinite loop. This would have made things a lot harder, but the Brickster also seemed to freeze when this was happening, making it merely tedious and annoying. It is possible to break the loop by throwing a pizza on top of the donut, then making the donut disappear for some reason. You would think that's it, but there was one more that was absolutely game-breaking. At a completely random point while I was in the helicopter, my camera just jumped upward. I literally couldn't look down, thus making it so I blindly threw the pizzas and donuts. Eventually I decided to restart, which ended up working, but the stupid pathfinding glitch still made things annoying, and weirdly this shark was flailing out through the land. Apparently after some research, it's intended this stupid shark pops out from the ground to eat pizzas that are thrown down. I don't understand. Failing plays a rather interesting cutscene, one I think is a little bit grim for a primarily children's game.
It's mine! All mine! All mine!
Remember, this went through several different groups of people, and everyone decided to approve this to get put in the final game. What the hell? Now that I've gotten the main plot points out the way, most of the other things you have to do are just random things to increase the playtime, really. Since it's not very interesting, and yes, to 100% the game you have to do all the same activities with all 5 characters every time, except catching the Brickster, because for some reason Pepper is the only special person who can do that. So, let's talk about the somewhat intricate details of the game that really bring it to life. It's pretty agreed upon that LEGO Island as a whole isn't the best game, but what truly saved it in many people's eyes and gave them so much joy as a kid playing it for the first time was the overall charm of the game. Listen to these voice actors.
Oh, my bricks are killing me.
Okay, here I go again. I know, I'm in your way. Okay. Oh, hi, I know you. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I have your mail here somewhere. No, I don't. It's back at this station. Well, I'm off work in a while. No, 3 more hours. Anyway, the mail must be delivered, mustn't it? Oh, yes, it must. My brother's a doctor, you know.
I needs me beauty sleeps. Go away. If I tell yous a secret, will you go away? Aye, of course ye would. Try clicking on the shift button on your keyboard, and then moving your mouse around to steer. It won't hurt your finger as much, but when you want to click on something else, click on the shift again before you do, to take it out of the easy to drive mode.
This isn't generic, this has lots and lots of personality. When walking around the island, you could just phase through the LEGO people, but no, they instead took the time and care to dismember them when you run into them. Genius! Nearly everything is able to be interacted with, down to the changing of the hair of every single minifigure on the island. The Brickster literally has a blue hand so that he could never be caught red-handed. That's crazy! The amount of charm and personality this game has is hundreds of times better than most AAA games of today. Probably better than most indie games too. And that is why I think, after the problems this game has that I observed, I still had a ton of fun playing through it. I even found out while writing this script there's been some speedrun optimization recently in the game's Pepper percent category, which is completing all the activities as Pepper on the score cube. So I might just have to look into doing attempts, because that seems pretty fun. Anywho, I wonder what games we're going to talk about, and I'm going to kill myself. Alright, the first in a long string of 5 fucking debatables in a row. I'm so excited, guys! I will try to make it short for you all because I know you all don't give a shit, don't you worry. So, wasting no time, let's get started. LEGO MindStorms RoboSports is a disc that came with its corresponding set, which has no release date besides simply 1998. There is not a single piece of video footage on the internet of this disc. I don't even know what's on here. It might not even be a game. Who fucking knows? I sure don't, and I sure am not gonna spend... Okay, it does have game elements. Oh, it's actually only like $40. I might actually do that. Not right now, though. Not at the time of writing. We are going to move swiftly onward from this. Alright, Editor Ryan here. I actually don't have a script for LEGO MindStorms Extreme Creatures, so I'm just gonna wing it. It's got this nice little animal mouth on the front. It says Robotics Invention System Expansion Set, so this might actually have come after, and might be an extension for LEGO MindStorms Robotics Invention System version 1.0, which we'll get to. I don't see a CD-ROM that comes with this, but it must have, because, you know, I put it on the spreadsheet for a reason. Here's the back of the box if you want to read that. There's no video on this online, obviously, otherwise I would have had some kind of substance to write a script off of. So, yeah, this is all we're really gonna get. I don't really know. There you go. LEGO Technic CyberMaster. So this is actually a bit more well-known than the other ones, and this set actually gave plenty more results than the others, including actual videos of gameplay. What I assume made this one of the more popular sets compared to ones like RoboSports is, while I can't speak on RoboSports quality since I have no fucking videos of it, I can say that CyberMaster actually does have a lot going for it. There are plenty of pre-rendered cutscenes, and they literally added narration and voice acting for almost everything they possibly could. Whether that's a good or bad thing, that's up to you. That being said, these LEGO guys look fucking horrifying, and I hate them. A lot. What I could find as the quote-unquote game part of this disc was that you make 2 different models, the Crusher and the Stinger. These 2 models can be pit against each other to fight, and each time they hit each other, it'll be registered on screen, and the models will have some kind of health or something to denote who dies. From what I've heard, though, the touch sensors are really bad on these. I would give more detail, but I don't have the physical set, nor do I care to right now. Alright, this is LEGO Technic CyberLab 98. Okay, so this seems to be another promo disc just like TechLab, except for the fact it is ever so slightly less documented. In fact, all the information I got from both TechLab and CyberLab both came from this one thread on Rock Raiders United. Literally the only information out there is in this thread. Think about that. Anyways, God forbid I find a gameplay video of the disc, but you better believe I found rips of the 2 menu music tracks instead. Let me look at the fucking game! Moving on until later. Yup, that's the name. And spoilers, there's a version 1.5 and a version 2.0. What are the differences? Not a fucking clue. Are they different? Not a fucking clue. Did I add them separately? Yup, because they all take different LEGO sets. Now, if I remember correctly, there is footage of this CD. The problem is, as of writing the script, I'm in school, and I can guarantee you that something is flagging it so I can't see it on this Wi-Fi. Don't you worry though, because LEGO Technic Turbo Command has a full gameplay video from 14 years ago. Woo! Jesus Christ, I'm already going insane, and we have literally only played LEGO Island so far. Let's move forward.
The Technic civilization is thriving on the vast desert surface of planet Technic. There's only one problem. Fugitive gangs are roaming the planet, destabilizing Technic constructions. We need you to help Down Thunder catch them.
Oh. This is an interesting cutscene, an interesting broken cutscene.
Thunder to base. Hello? Anybody home?
And a talking Lego man. So from what I can gather, he crashed and he needs our help. So what we're going to do is build another little RC car looking thing with the on-screen instructions and save him. So let's go do that. Oh, we are on a racetrack. You wanna know the funny part? That's it. That's the entire quote-unquote game. That's the whole fucking thing. I'm considering taking this off the list because this isn't a game. This is an instruction manual. There is literally nobody else on this racetrack, by the way. Not even time trials. This is fucking crazy shit. These stupid-ass experience expanders, yes, that's what the CDs are called, literally cause me to spend weeks. So while past Ryan is ranting about the fact he doesn't know what is considered a video game and how this game probably shouldn't be considered one, this is before he found the video that was mentioned previously that literally told us what a video game could be defined as. So I hope you're enjoying the muffled screaming in the background. And we should get back to the video now. Back to you, past Ryan. Inarguable explanation for what a video game constitutes as, and comment it down below. I'm so serious. Help me out. I need you. It is driving me insane. Now, LEGO LOCO is the first of probably many more interesting titles of the bunch, especially when it comes to completing the game. LEGO LOCO cannot be beaten. There are no unlockables either, meaning it cannot technically be 100%ed. But I'm still going to play it, as I stated before, that I will at least play every single LEGO game ever, except for the debatables. LEGO LOCO is technically the first game to be published by LEGO Media. Mindscape were the developer of LEGO Island, but after firing the entire team working on LEGO Island literally days before the game released, the license was obviously taken back from them. LEGO LOCO is a sandbox game, and the easiest way to describe it would be SimCity, but LEGO, and with a very slight focus on trains, hence the name. And it's more like SimTown than SimCity, because you can't make a city for shit with this. The main premise of the game is that you make your own town, and shit, that's literally it. This game legitimately took me 3 hours to set up properly, so I hope it's at least okay. There's no music besides the theme at the beginning of the game, which I found interesting, but it seems to be a stylistic choice. At this first menu, I was given the option between one head and two heads. I clicked two heads just to see what would happen, and it gave me two more buttons, and quite frankly, I got no clue what they are. So my first thought after seeing this was that I should probably look at the manual since I forgot to do that. The first thing I noticed here was that the sprites on the game pages were extremely pixelated, like really pixelated. I assume this might have just been a problem with the manual I was viewing online, but no, I went on archive.org for a better scan, and even when zooming in, everything is smooth in HD except for this pixelated ass sprite. Definitely very weird, not to mention the strange cropping around the pixels. In fact, looking through the rest of the manual, all of these sprites seem to be extremely pixelated or badly cropped, even though it's very easy to run this game at a higher resolution to grab more high-res graphics. Probably even at the time. Other than those nitpicks, it was a pretty run-of-the-mill manual, just explaining the basics and such. The button with one head ended up being single player, and the button with two heads was a multiplayer mode. When I read this, I just smiled because that is the absolute coolest thing to think about. Trying to convince up to 8 other people to play Lego Loco with you across the web. And, oh, it's only LAN play. So, that really disappointed me. And not really expecting anything to come out of it, I looked up how to trick old PC games into running LAN over the internet. And then I figured out you can actually do that with VPNs. Now, obviously, I have no clue how to do this, but if I get a group of people who are willing to spend hours getting not only the game, but the VPN setup to play this dumb game with me for content, then hell yeah, I'm gonna do it. I even found out simply by searching Lego Loco multiplayer would bring up an article of a step-by-step guide for how to perform multiplayer on this very game, written in 2021. But until then, let's chill out, let's stick to single player. God, I've spoken this long on the game and I haven't even played it yet. In my defense though, there really isn't too much to speak on in the first place. That being said, I'll try my best to be as comprehensive as possible. As I said before, there's no music at any point throughout the actual gameplay, but in my opinion, it helps a little bit with the ambience. Sometimes all you want is some peace and quiet while doing something to relax, such as building some Lego. Sure, there are other times when you want to put on some music or watch something in the background, but again, with the absence of music, it's a lot more convenient and easier actually to put that on while you play. Each thing you place on your own plot of land has its own sound effects, which is great until you hold left click and then move your mouse. You get a pretty big canvas to make your own city, town thing, which obviously is pretty helpful. I think if you were able to customize how big or small you wanted your plot of land to be, then that would be a lot more user-friendly, but it is what it is. From what I can tell in the manual, it seems in multiplayer, each player has their own plot of land adjacent from each other, thus making a sort of mega plot. I kind of like this way of implementing multiplayer, as it doesn't feel intrusive in any sort of way, while also being very cooperative if you so choose to be. On the other hand though, it does annoy me just a tad, considering it does show that it was possible to make your existing plot of land bigger. They just locked it behind multiplayer instead of possibly being a single player mode or setting. Now though, we can finally get into the meat and potatoes of the game, actually building a town. You've got a pretty limited array of pieces to use, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure it was enough for kids at the time and isn't immediately ruining the experience any. Out of the piece selection, there are things like general scenery and decoration, obviously train-related things, and quite a few buildings with unique purposes. I'll go through them in the order the menu shows them, since in my playthrough I figured I might as well go through everything first so I at least know somewhat of an understanding of everything. The first building we have is the paint shop, which is used for making postcards. This is a surprisingly fleshed out feature in the game, where you can make your own postcard using a makeshift paint program, and either send them to fellow NPCs who can send postcards back to you, called mystery cards, real friends, or even someone completely random connected to the internet who is also playing LOCO, both of which are under the term international postcards. You do have a post office in game which will flash when you have new mail, and is the main place where you can send mail to others. You can write a name on the other side of the postcard to send it to someone like a friend, but if you put, in all caps, anyone in this space, it'll be sent to a random person in the Lego Loco world. According to the manual, not only must you have a train with a mail carriage to receive postcards, but you also have to place blue tunnels in the map for trains to go through, reportedly to the Lego Loco International Post Office Sorting Computer. I do personally love this attention to detail, although I can't help but think there were quite a few kids who heard of this postcard feature, but never could get it to work because they didn't know you needed more than just a post office. Maybe I'm overthinking it though. Maybe other kids aren't as stupid as I was when I was a small child. God, I used to be a fucking idiot. The next functional building is the library, where you can view all your previously sent postcards, and that's it. That's quite literally all of the functional... What? Damn, only 3. Okay. That's quite literally all of the functional buildings, at least in the actual buildings menu. The actual post office is in the train menu and actually has both the paint shop and libraries features in one building. There's also an engine shed called the train depot, where you can actually create the trains with a nice amount of train cars to choose from for added personalization. Besides that though, none of the other buildings in LOCO are actually functional, only there for added visuals. While that seems to be a bit disappointing though, it really isn't, because the main part, creating your town, is where it really does come alive. A perfect representation of this would be the very large list of secrets in game. I mean, look at these! I'll show some of these secrets on screen, but while that's going, I want to let you know that it took me quite a while to compile this definitive list of LEGO LOCO secrets and Easter eggs. In fact, on top of this, I actually decided to look at every single building in the entire game and give them a designated name. This was because there are some buildings with a specific name when clicked on, like the Skate Shop, SK8 Shop, but many are just blank names, and for some reason that just really annoyed me while playing. Well, this seems easy when you look at buildings like the bank or the IG Tower, since those look extremely obvious. Some of these are a complete shot in the dark. Like, look at this. It took me close to an hour to come to the conclusion that this is indeed a gray house with 3D windows. But yeah, this took way longer than I thought it would, and if you want to look at the Google Doc yourself, I'll leave the link in the description. When you close your toolbox and let your town come to life, it really will look like a fully functioning city if you've done it right, and it's pretty cool to just have going in the background. While script writing, I even had this on my second monitor just to listen to in the background every now and then. Editor Ryan coming in. No, the fuck I didn't. Why did I lie like that? LEGO Media seemed to have noticed this, because while snooping around in the game files, because why not, I saw that there were files so that your town could actually be a screensaver on your PC. I couldn't manage to get it working, but I'll chalk that up to playing this on Windows 11 instead of something like XP. Now that I've gone over, well, pretty much every inch of this pretty shallow game, let's get to my personal 100% requirement, because if you know me, you know that I hate myself, so I decided that even though you can't 100% LEGO LOCO, I wanted to anyways. My personal 100% requirement is that I want to use every single piece in the game, have every single secret in my city, and have it be an actually functioning city so I can't cheese it by just randomly putting all the pieces or secrets everywhere. Yeah, I know. This was the main reason that I decided to make that aforementioned Google Doc on every piece in the game, just so I could look back at all of them without having to constantly check the game itself. This would be more annoying than you probably expect though, since this game not only can only run in full screen, meaning I have to Alt-Tab and have the game minimize every time I want to go to my other monitor, but you have to switch your screen resolution to 1280 by 1024 or lower for it to even run, or else it throws this error at you. Not very convenient at all. So, my plan of action was to make a blueprint of the city beforehand, because I am the planning type, and overall it just seems like the smart thing to do. Now, before I even started on actually blueprinting this, I was on my urban planning shit, looking up how to make an actually good city and like how everything worked and making it realistic and everything. This game literally forced me to learn about urban planning and how to properly build layouts, and would later develop into a nice side interest into urban planning in general. There's probably a time lapse going on right now of just all the research I did, because it was pretty crazy. I was going all in with this. I was learning how America's modern cities absolutely suck, especially compared to European cities for a bunch of different reasons, but rather ironically, one of those focal points linked back to trains. Basically, this topic about trains was primarily how frequent they still are in European cities today, but in American cities they were instead pretty much completely removed in order to fund the growing automobile industry. This would later prove to be the main reason American cities suck, but that's not the main focus. The main focus is that trains are a focal point in a good city and are extremely prevalent in Europe, likely where the game was developed. And sure enough, the developers of LEGO LOCO Intelligent Games are based in Europe, London to be more specific. Now, admittedly, when I first pieced this together, I thought I had this mega brain light bulb moment where I was like, oh, that's why it's based on trains. Maybe SimCity 2000, probably the most popular city building game released at the time, didn't have train functionality, and this was kind of a breakthrough for the genre, and Americans probably didn't get it or use it at all since they weren't used to that kind of urban planning in the cities they lived in. And after some research, no, not at all. SimCity 2000 did actually have trains, and the main reason LEGO LOCO had a focus on them was because the idea stemmed from a little screensaver idea with the train, and eventually it spiraled into the game we know today. But what I did learn is that trains are good, very good, and since they're our only form of quote-unquote public transport in LOCO, they have to be a focal point in the city. I also learned that American cities are much more sprawled out compared to the compactness of a European city, which further increases our dependency on cars here in the States, which is not a good thing. Ideally, we want to make a city where our cars are not needed, in some cases not even wanted, and instead make a city where residents would prefer to walk to places, which is called walkability. Obviously, we can't actually influence this in-game, but as I'm trying to make the most realistically optimal city here, that really doesn't matter in my eyes. Another thing is zoning. Most well-planned cities will use a technique called zoning, where we have things like a residential zone and an industrial zone, among others, all neatly compacted together so that while they're separate and organized, they're easily able to commute to as well. That being said though, if everything is perfectly zoned together in different sections, things tend to look a bit too uniform, and in my opinion, it leans too far into that function over form kind of ideology. After all this research I did, I tried making a blueprint for the city, but after quite a bit of trying, failing, and restarting, I just figured I'd wing it. Now, while I've given this game a lot of praise, I'm gonna be honest, I just didn't want to play it. I don't really know, it just felt super boring to me at the time. I'm not really sure if it's the game's fault or just my mindset at the time, but it felt like it was worth noting. This city took around 3 to 4 hours from start to finish, but it took me around a week in real time due to procrastination and research. With all that being said though, let's show the time lapse. Yeah, this is it. I don't really have a name for the city since I am terrible with naming things, so maybe you could suggest one in the comments. Yes, I will change the save file name if I like it, and yes, I will include that in the next part of this series. Now, despite all my research, I'm not too sure how good this city would actually work in real life, but with the combination of many limitations of LEGO LOCO's limited block palette and only a few hours of work total, I'm proud of it. There isn't too much to talk about beyond this point, so I'll just let the city live itself for a little bit before we get to the next game so you can feel the atmosphere. So yeah, probably won't come back to this game, but it was a somewhat enjoyable experience once I got in the mood for it. Shit, did I forget to play LEGO Creator? LEGO Creator released November 1998. Yes, I did completely forget about this game, and I think part of that was my brain trying to block out its existence just due to how unbelievably boring it is. To put it simply, LEGO Creator is another sandbox game like LOCO, except instead of LOCO having a theme of being a city builder from a top-down 2D perspective, Creator has no theme and is in a blank 3D space. Think of it like Minecraft Creative, except like it's a super old version of it. Or maybe like the trial version of Minecraft Pocket Edition, but even that might have a bit more possibility for creativity and enjoyability. That being said, this game is another one where the 100% requirement doesn't really apply, except even more so from what I've seen as of writing this. At this current point in time, I actually haven't played Creator yet, but I have seen gameplay through Googling online, and oh my god, I do not want to play this. This is going to feel like such a chore, and I'm going to hate it. But it must be done. Alright, let's boot it up. Oh my god, that's loud.
Want to know what a button does? Click on me. Happy building.
What the fuck is this? Okay, so immediately I guess this wizard guy is talking to me in an extremely American voice, also sounding very much mid-20s in my opinion. Swiftly ignoring that guy, who will forever linger in the top left of your screen by the way, we get to the worst controls I have ever even imagined. Worse than I could even ever imagine. You do not use the keyboard to move around in this space, instead using this ball thing. If you left click it, you move around like this. And if you right click it, you move around like this. There's also this bar to change if you are looking down or up, which these buttons also do, but very slowly. This is horrible, and in fact, I hate it. I hate it so much, not only because of how horrible this control scheme is to even comprehend, but the fact that this ball is so ridiculously sensitive that me just trying to look at this minifigure was becoming an absolute nightmare. These buttons at the bottom are pretty obviously just exactly what they say they are, being used in the 3D space. I would also like to add that this gameplay has been zoomed in for you, because in reality, I was playing it like this the entire time. Meaning I had to be leaning forward, damn near squinting to see shit in this game. There are also these buttons to the left which show the bricks and pieces you can build with, your saved worlds, and tutorials, along with one or two other things I forgot about as of writing this. I should also note I literally just played the game and started script writing immediately after, so that should speak wonders on how forgettable and boring this is. The tutorials are labeled as tasks for some reason, but they aren't tasks in literally any way. They just tell you information about certain buttons or what you can do with certain pieces. You don't have to do anything to complete them. There's no music, by the way, so you are always playing this in complete and utter silence. Do you know how strange that feels? Like, I'd have to assume it's a kind of that liminal space vibe, because I did not feel this uncomfortable during LEGO LOCO, and that didn't have music either. Think about it though, you are in the middle of fucking nowhere, struggling to move, struggling to place anything down, very slowly creating a mess of something. Not to mention the sound effects, they feel incredibly harsh sounding in general, let alone with no music to back it up. It's like a horror game, and that's literally it. That's it. That is the entire game. Much less substance than LEGO LOCO, pretty much no charm, and I'd like to add that there's no title screen or intro video like LOCO, making this feel extremely unfinished in comparison to. You would think I could stretch this to be at least, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes as a segment, considering how many words I managed to stuff into LOCO's time slot, but I think the difference was 1, LOCO had actual content, 2, LOCO had actual charm, and 3, LOCO didn't make me actively hate it when I played it. In fact, I quite liked it. The only reason I got bored was because those just aren't my type of games. Creator, on the other hand, it's just a piece of shit. And you know what? I did my searching through this game, and I can't find a 100% condition. Not even one that I can make up for myself, besides something stupid like placing down all the pieces, because there aren't any secrets or anything like LOCO. It's soulless. So no, I'm not going to play this piece of shit because it's terrible. I don't like it, I don't want to, and I don't have to. I've experienced all this game has had to experience in like 20 minutes, and unless I just want to experience even more frustration, I'm not going to continue. On top of all that, let's not forget to mention how this is labeled as a quote-unquote game, yet it has no missions, objectives, challenges, money constraints. It's just software at that point, not a sandbox game. I don't know. This shit just isn't doing it for me, and I just find no incentive to sink any more time into it. LEGO chess, unsurprisingly, is just chess with a bit of LEGO flavoring. In my opinion though, it's pretty well done, and I quite enjoyed my time. This game was no doubt the hardest to get running on a modern PC, taking a combined 12 hours. I spent 12 hours to play LEGO chess just for this video. Oh, and then it broke again, so much that it literally crashed my OBS. So after another hour or two, we finally got into the game. Now I want to preface this segment by saying, I don't know shit about how to play chess. I probably am playing like absolute ass right now. Please forgive me, I am sorry. I do have a small defense though, which I'll say in a minute. Anyways, let's get to the menus before the actual game because I think they're notable enough to warrant speaking on. Upon entering the game and choosing or creating our profile, we get met with the king. This guy was actually included as a minifigure in some copies of the game, one that I am particularly fond of because, come on, look at that crown. I don't know why, but that shine just stands out so much compared to most other minifigures, while not really looking all that tacky in my opinion. There are more minifigures like this in past LEGO games, such as the Infomaniac for LEGO Island, but some of these get pretty pricey and I do not feel like spending 80 bucks on a minifigure right now, which is why I didn't mention it. Back to the game though, this is our main menu, as you can see. It's more of an interactive room, which I quite like. The downside of this is it looks like the king has some picking up to do, but we'll let it slide for now. Different parts of this room lead to different menus, such as the chessboard itself being a quick match, or the book, which leads to a series of tutorials. At the bottom left, there are these craft supplies, which lead to a scrapbook, and this is actually our 100% condition. Pretty easy, you just fill out this grid of seeing every cutscene, with a different one being shown for one type of piece taking out another, such as pawn on pawn or a pawn on bishop, for example. This condition was a small portion of why some of this gameplay looks pretty bad, because in certain situations, I made a bad move just to get one of these cutscenes. If you turn the page, you can also see that there are two different themes, one being Western and the other being Pirates. These themes are available right from the start in the quick match, meaning there isn't really anything you need to unlock. Exiting the scrapbook, let's get to the other part of the 100%, which is the quote-unquote story mode. It's really not a story mode, just 3 matches against increasingly difficult CPUs before going to the next theme. After finding this strange, I decided to do a bit of research and found that this game had a pretty rushed development, and one of these side effects was the lack of the story part in the story mode. I found someone on YouTube who did some digging around the files of their disk, and apparently there were supposed to be cutscenes before and after matches in the story mode, which would be different depending on if you won or lost the match. They had this for each of the 3 levels for both themes, meaning 6 full cutscenes that were left unused. That's not the right math, that's supposed to be 12 cutscenes. Anyways. At least I thought so, and then I realized it was my fault for buying an AMD CPU 2 years ago, because the software that is used to play the cutscenes is exclusive to Intel CPUs. That meant that there was literally no way I could have known that these worked in-game unless I was using a completely different PC. On the topic of cutscenes though, there are combined 120 unique cutscenes using the actual in-game models, 60 for each theme. Although half of these are literally just color swaps between models depending on what team captures who, so we can safely have that to 60 total. Still though, that's crazy. Onto the gameplay itself, I'm sure you can see that it's pretty cozy, as this was the first game where it didn't necessarily feel like a chore to play through. I don't know, just something about the charm of these figures, the sound effects, and the style of the cutscenes just works, which I really wasn't expecting in such an early LEGO title. There also is indeed background music, which actually is pretty chill and I quite liked it. It really does capture the ambience of the game, and even though it is a bit of a short loop, it doesn't really get tiring even after long sessions. Now, when I started playing this game, I was getting unbelievably frustrated, and trust me, you'll understand why. Multiple times throughout the game, seemingly completely randomly, I would just poof, crash. No fucking way. No fucking way. I was going to win. I was going to win. What the fuck is this shit? Why? 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 No clue how, no clue why, nothing. After a few times this happened mid-game, it would get to a point where I couldn't even open up a story game without crashing before even getting into it. A bit of research later though, and apparently LEGO Chess looks for the A drive on your computer when you're playing, which I didn't have as an available drive letter since it defaults to C and then D, E, F, etc. I assigned a hard drive to it, but it didn't seem to actually write anything to it, which greatly confuses me as to why it's needed in the first place. You would think the crashes are fixed now, and to be fair, I could get into the game now, but that wasn't the end of it. The crashes were less frequent, but would still happen consistently in the middle of games, meaning no matter how much I played, I was getting absolutely nowhere in terms of the 100%, which was really demotivating. After quite a bit of troubleshooting, I finally found a method to fix these crashes, at least in my experience. The PC Gaming Wiki recommended installing and using Direct 3D drivers, which has a higher color depth, higher screen resolution, and overall would make it look better than my default driver. That was what I was using at the time and getting my crashes on. However, once I changed to the default software driver, I stopped getting crashes completely. The only real side effect is that the resolution is slightly lower, which is annoying, and the main menu's floor has this super weird effect, which I found kind of funny. But overall, it isn't too bad at all to play on. I'm not gonna lie, this story mode got really annoying. In the quick match settings, you can set the CPU difficulty from 1 to 99, and in story mode, the 3 CPUs are at 25, 50, and 75 difficulty respectively. And as a chess novice, the last CPU is quite the bitch. There were some times when I would just restart immediately from an early capture because I'm an idiot and I'm not that good at thinking a move or two ahead, but most of the time my games would end because of this stupid ass thing called a stalemate. This happened mostly when I captured all of the CPU's pieces except for the king, so it would end up being kind of a goose chase with the king itself. After a few moves though, boom, stalemate. No legal moves can be made according to the game. But as a chess novice, I don't know what the fuck that means. From my point of view, there is a lot of legal moves I could make. Like, moving the pawn forward a space, that's legal, isn't it? So yeah, very frustrating. That's not all though. This didn't happen once, twice, 3 times, but more times than I could even bother to count. Like I said, I'm a chess novice. I don't know how this works. So this was frustrating. Hours of time wasted because of this stupid mechanic, which I later decided to research and listen to how stupid this is. Stalemate is a kind of draw that happens when one side has no legal moves to make. If the king is not in check, but no piece can be moved without putting the king in check, then the game will end with a stalemate draw. Like what? Why not just give me the checkmate victory at that point? If he can't do shit about it, then why can't I just win? I'm in a position where I could win. I'm in a position where I've essentially boxed him in and nothing he can do is going to get him out of it except potentially killing all of my people. This is still a playable situation. What I'm saying right now isn't even in the script. I'm just genuinely this frustrated about it. Why couldn't I just play the game more? I don't get it. Fuck you people who made chess. This doesn't make sense. Small additional thing, there was this one move where I would see the rook and the king switch spots like this, and I had no clue what the hell this was. Apparently it's called castling, and nobody really knows why it was added to chess. Why it isn't excluded from play considering how strange of a move it is, I have no clue, and I couldn't even figure out how to do it in game. So yeah, I'm salty. So salty, in fact, that I actually got stuck on the CPU. I don't think it was because I'm really that bad at chess, but sometimes it just gets to the point where you get so annoyed that you start playing really brain dead just hoping you'll win a game, but that just was not happening. It was getting to a point I was considering giving up on the story mode considering the only 100% condition was getting all the cutscenes, which I could do in quick play, but it just didn't feel right in my eyes. So after some contemplation, I decided to hit the books and go to the tutorial mode. Yeah, it was to the point I figured I should actually take my time and improve at chess rather than brute forcing my way through it. I thought these first games would be a breeze, but no, they got me over here formulating the most correct definition of a video game, developing a fixation on urban planning, next actually getting good at chess from a Lego King NPC, and God knows what else. Jesus Christ. So, at first I thought going to the tutorials would be a good idea, but it turns out you gotta start at the very beginning. Meaning I had to spend close to an hour learning the very, very basics. I'm not gonna lie, it didn't take too long for the brain dead playing to set in, mostly because this king just does not stop talking.
Down on the grooviest game around. But before we get going, there's a few things you gotta know. See these icons? Give them a click anytime and you can fly back and forwards. And get this, each book's got chapters, and inside them you'll find some real cool happening sessions. You want to go back and restart a session? No problemo, buddy. Click here and back you go. Click here and head back to the previous session. Keep clicking and you'll track back through the sessions. It's that simple. Give this a click and take a long step forward. Yeah, forward to the next session. Keep clicking and you'll be zooming through the sessions. Want another flashback? Well, click here and you're back to the start of the current chapter. Click it.
In its defense though, it is definitely aimed at a very young audience, so it does make sense that I'd be incredibly bored by it. I just wish these tutorials weren't required for the 100%. For some context, in each of these lessons, learning the pawns for example, you will get a record depending on how well you do, like a vinyl record. If you get 0 mistakes, you get a platinum record. At first I thought this was just a dinky little dopamine device to make kids feel good about themselves, but nope. Not only are you told what record you get, that bitch is framed on the wall too. Now all of you can see proof of my brain dead gameplay. Now, since LEGO Chess is, well, LEGO Chess, I had assumed nobody recorded a 100%, so I had no clue how many of these I had to do. Eventually I did find one single person with a 100% online, but it was towards the end of the tutorials, rendering it pretty much useless. It took quite a few days of procrastinating, and I finally got through the first of 3 books required, and surprisingly, the second book actually had some useful information. I didn't know what the hell an en passant was, but I do now. Editor's note like 6 months later, no the fuck I don't. I forgot that shit. And I can't say the same about any of the previous lessons, so good on you, LEGO Chess. One thing I immediately noticed was this second book only has 4 lessons compared to the first book's 16. Thank Christ! After completing the second book, I managed to get a platinum crown. Now, I didn't know this platinum crown existed at the time, and this was very, very frustrating, as that meant I had to go back to the first book to upgrade my gold crown to a platinum. Just like the platinum records, to get a platinum crown, you have to go through some of the last lessons without a single mistake. Luckily, I found a video online of someone getting the platinum crown on YouTube, so I just copied what he did, as that checks and checkmates lesson is super annoying. At least that's what I thought I'd do, until I found out that in the practice boards they do, where they're like, get however many checks or checkmates here, those boards are randomized, so I was on my own for some of them. Thankfully I got through it, but that also meant that book 3 would probably be similar, and I was pretty nervous coming up to it. Afterwards, the third book also only had 4 lessons, which was a relief to say the least after all I went through, and I breezed through it after taking a day break. So while the tutorials weren't as tedious as I thought they'd be, thanks to the first book, I still had to complete the story mode and all of the pirate theme cutscenes. One thing I forgot to mention was in the quick match, there is another theme technically, simply resembling traditional chess pieces. You can also make it so one theme goes against another, but sadly there are no cutscenes in this mode. In their defense, they already made over 50, so let's cut them some slack. When playing the game itself, there is an option to change from 3D mode to a more traditional 2D mode, but I never chose 2D, so I don't think many people did either. They're all just traditional pieces in the 2D mode, and obviously that means you don't get the charm of the unique assets in the 3D board. Something I found neat for the time was there was actually an option to play a network game with another player in the main menu. I never actually ended up trying this because imagine how complicated that would be to set up in Windows 11 in 2025. Although now that I think about it, that would be interesting if I stopped, watched it, and found out how long it would take for it to set up. Maybe I'll do that later in the video, but for now, hell no. So yeah, that's LEGO Chess. There isn't too much to talk about, but I quite enjoyed my time. I would say so far it's between this game and LEGO Island that has the most charm to it, and it's definitely the most cozy of the bunch that I've played so far. LEGO Friends, the first game in the LEGO franchise to be released in 1999, is shit. There's no beating around the bush here, it is shit. After playing through the entire game, I literally could not find anything LEGO related at all. Now you may think, oh well that's fine because at least it ties to the LEGO Friends brand. No, that line started in 2012. Quite frankly, I have no clue why this is considered a LEGO game, and I hated playing it, if you could even say I played it. Let's read the description on Moby Games together, because quite frankly, I couldn't tell you the plot of this game if I tried, because I just didn't care enough. You're the manager for Tough Stuff, an all-girl band practicing to win the high school music competition. You can create your own music, stage lighting, and dance routines. And from what I've played, that seems about correct. You may notice that that was only 2 sentences, and that's because that's all the content there is to be had. When entering, you get greeted with an intro cutscene which is terribly animated, introducing us to the setting and our, quote, friends. That being...
Jules, Mimi, Anita, and Emma.
No, that wasn't edited. There really are these extremely long pauses in between each sentence. And no, you aren't being bamboozled. The LEGO logo is right there at the bottom left. This off-brand Magic School Bus looking ass piece of shit really does belong to a LEGO game. I genuinely do not understand.
We have a band, and we're into writing music and dancing. We've got a big gig planned in our school. You should visit Anita's basement and go over to my bedroom, where we have a secret scrapbook. Have fun!
So now we make our profile and password for our scrapbook. I proceed to go to the bedroom as requested, and we're into another cutscene. This really highlights the amazing lip syncing done by the animators, as well as their Einstein levels of humor.
Grandma was a car mechanic. Let me try it. Weird things for a car mechanic. Maybe she was a star mechanic.
Every time one of these cutscenes finish, you either get kicked back outside or go into your scrapbook. In here, I suppose you're supposed to detail something. I don't know if this is a write whatever you want kind of thing, or if it's supposed to be related to the cutscene we just watched. I didn't quite realize you could turn the pages until about 20 minutes in, so I was extremely confused. But when I did find out, oh no. No. It turns out there technically is a 100% condition for LEGO friends, although it's not like it's an intended objective. It gets you absolutely nothing in return, it's not mentioned once while playing, and quite frankly is somewhat hidden in the game itself. In each of the notebook pages, you are told to take pictures of certain events in game, often done during cutscenes. Then you put these pictures into the scrapbook and pretty much nothing else. That's it. That's pretty much the only quote-unquote progress you can make in this game. Otherwise, it's literally just doing the same thing over and over again. And here's the best part. 29 pages of this shit. I mean, like, this obviously isn't the hardest thing in the world, but holy shit, I did not want to do it. I played for 15 minutes and already started to get repeating cutscenes. This was going to be bad. Not to mention, throughout the entire playthrough, I didn't see a single brick, no stupid LEGO puns, nothing LEGO related at all, cementing how confusing it is for this game to be a part of the franchise. Obviously, I did not want to play this. And while this was meant to be targeted towards younger girls and not my dumbass, still, I don't think this is a good piece of software overall. In fact, it's a piece of shit. This is barely even a game and didn't need to be released in the first place. At the time of writing this, I haven't even attempted getting the quote-unquote 100%, so depending on how horrible that is, you should expect a small rant coming up next. And boy do I. But before we get into that, I want to give us all a brief break, as this rant unintentionally fundamentally changed the style of which I wrote this script afterward. This is mostly due to the fact that the further I get into these games, the more content there will obviously be, and as a result, I am going to rant a lot. Now, that isn't going to contract from the actual analysis element of the games themselves. If anything, it'll actually make it more accurate to the average person, because, for example, something frustrates me in game, you are going to hear about it, and I'm going to go on an entire side tangent about individual mechanics instead of just having these problems be a footnote like next to every other video essayist does. That being said, I love their work. That's okay. While this does bloat the video a sizable amount, I feel it's required not only to give a full, authentic, and accurate experience pertaining to the storyline of me beating these games, but for you, the viewer, to be completely and utterly educated on the LEGO game rabbit hole. I'll remind you that it's not like I'm just adding all this text to make the video as long as possible. It's only because I feel if I left out so much of this information just to have the video flow better with modern YouTube standards, it just wouldn't be my style. I've always loved listening to the most in-depth content possible on things I love, like an all-in-one package where no details are super fuzzy and I can actually understand everything, and that's what I'm trying to do here with this entire project. Due to this though, we are going to need some brief breaks like these. I'll be transparent and say that I most definitely am stealing this idea from Quentin Reviews and his iCarly project, but to be fair, that doesn't invalidate the benefits these breaks have, and I absolutely loved all of those videos. Okay, now that I've got that little explanation out the way, I have to indulge you in all of the things I found while researching LEGO Friends, because this is fucking crazy. I mean, how could I not research this though? A LEGO property with literally no clear connection to the brand? So, I went to the Brickopedia page and oh boy, this may seem like a very small paragraph, but it led to such an insane rabbit hole that consumed my entire mind for the next couple days. Alright, first things first, we have the quote-unquote Scala line of LEGO sets, which apparently this game takes the style of. So I go look at Scala, and oh my god, it's just Barbie. Literally, it is a carbon copy of Barbie. Look how many of these they came out with! What the hell is that?! I mean, I don't understand anymore. Barely any of these sets actually have Lego bricks that came with them. Now, admittedly, this is pretty cool. For sets released between 1997 and 98, they had this stud pattern at the bottom, which only certain special bricks could connect to, and that's it. That's the only thing I like about this entire series. This is some bottom-of-the-barrel shit. I will restate, this is a carbon copy of Barbie in every sense of the term. But it gets better. I did some looking around the CD's files and found this executable by the name of loosechippins.exe. Very curious about this. I obviously click. It tells me to set up QuickTime 4, so I do that, and I click again. This game has a random-ass interview and exclusive music video with this random-ass UK girl band, the executable being their name. You can't make this shit up. First of all, I cannot with that name. That is so fucking cringe. Holy shit. Loose Chippins? According to this one YouTube comment from someone who produced and co-wrote one of their songs, apparently they came up with the name from seeing signs saying Loose Chippings while touring the UK. That's just fucking stupid. Second, how the hell did they tour with no songs? Unless he meant just like going around and traveling the UK area. And third, that is a garbage reason to name a band something. The music isn't even that good either. This is that little kid shit. This is that shit your elementary school music teacher makes you dance to in 3rd grade. This is that royalty-free short film radio music. It's hilarious. And the best part is they didn't even market this from what I can tell. The only mention that I can find of this stupid-ass special feature is a small section on the bottom right of the back of the box. I would call it a waste of resources, but this is pretty unsalvageable, so it's not like the extra money would have really done anything. I tried finding more information on the band, but I could not find a definitive article about them. And that would be because even though they lasted from 98 to 2001, they only released 3 singles, including the exclusive one on LEGO Friends. 3 years and 3 singles. I have no clue how that even works. At least, that's what I thought. You see, the only existence I can find of these 2 songs are 2 music videos on YouTube, that being Girls Getting Naughty and I'll Be There For You. Apparently, they were somewhat popular in the UK, but pretty much nowhere else. Besides that, there's barely any info of them online in the first place. The only interesting result online was this random image with the title, Loose Chippins Celebrate Goal Girl Band National 5-a-Side Championship, London, England, 16 July 200. But I can't find any information on this supposed event. Trust me, I spent this long making this LEGO game spreadsheet. If I can't find any information on it, you gotta trust me at least a little bit when I say there's gotta be next to nothing online about it, if anything at all. Okay, now we have that out the way, let's try to talk about what extremely little gameplay there is here, and possibly any struggles I faced. In terms of gameplay, there is a music maker. That's it. Everything else is this stupid-ass scrapbook. Every single activity in every page of this scrapbook is literally just you taking a picture during a cutscene and putting it into a book. Now, I was all for it. I did this for an hour straight, and then poof, it fucking crashed. Now, I wasn't too worried because LEGO Chess would at least save the cutscenes I unlocked, so I open up the game and log into my profile and nothing. Absolutely starting back from 0. This pissed me the fuck off. And the worst part was this happened more than once. It was like the game was decomposing on my computer because each time it would crash, it would handle less and less cutscenes before it would crash again. And obviously it never saved any progress, which was horrible. It would get to the point that I would watch one cutscene, put the pictures in the scrapbook, and restart. Every single time. It was tedious as hell, but it somehow worked out, and I got this entire game finished in one single day. Okay, sorry, moving on. This game was shit. We know, you heard it 100 times. Let's just move on to the next one. I found out that 1.0, this, and 2.0 are all various builds with certain design challenges to go along with them, which frankly aren't that interesting, but the fact you can program with the win and lose condition inside the disc is enough for me to nudge it into the debatable game category. LEGO Racers was something with so much potential. I was so excited to get to playing it, and honestly, it was just okay. Before we get to the game itself, I should explain that I am playing on the Nintendo 64 version, not the PC or PS1 version of LEGO Racers. This is because Retro Achievements has an achievement list for LEGO Racers, but it only is available for the N64 version. So I did what any sane person would do, and I not only played the N64 version, but I also bought an OEM N64 controller, a replacement refurbished stick module, and an adapter that didn't work, so I refunded it and got another different, more expensive adapter. This was all for the simple reason of, if I play an N64 game, I want to play it on the intended controller. And while that sounds absolutely ridiculous for LEGO Racers, I should clarify I am going to use this for actual other games in my free time, not just this sole entry in this sole project. Finally, when it comes to the difference between versions of LEGO Racers, there is next to nothing. The PS1 version, I believe, has a tad tighter physics than the others, or slightly different AI behavior or something like that, and the N64 version remade all the pre-rendered cutscenes on the other versions in-engine. Since the N64 was stuck on cartridges, they literally just couldn't fit full motion video in. Racers feels so strange to me because while it had so much potential crammed into it, I just think it kind of fumbled on the execution, and personally is not one I like playing too much, even though it probably is the one I would spend the most time on if I had to choose between all the LEGO games we've talked about so far. So, let's start at actually making your character, and even here I have some nitpicks that annoy me. While making your own character by swapping torsos, legs, heads, and hairs is cool, the problem is the devs decided to put in full outfits that were very obviously meant to go together, meaning if you try to mix and match, it just looks incredibly off no matter what you try to do. It was kind of disappointing off the bat, but at least I was able to come up with something the devs didn't think of. I remade the king from LEGO Chess. On the bright side, I honestly don't think the kart creator is too bad. Sure, the pieces to choose from are extremely limited, and it very obviously separates parts into themes, even when most would look like they would work anywhere. But I don't know, man, I think it's alright for a first try, especially in this era of gaming. Well, at least, that's what you would think at first. So, to explain this, we gotta go to the manual of the game, which in my opinion is already a bad sign. What I'm about to elaborate on isn't mentioned anywhere in game, not even a little blurb in the builder. That kind of thing made sense in the NES or Super Nintendo days, but this is an N64, man. You have more than enough ability to put some simple words in a menu. In only the manual, it is stated that these carts have weight and balance stats. And to be more specific, the manual states, building a car with a larger number of bricks to one side of the car will make the car unbalanced and affect the steering, and heavier cars have a better top speed and are easier to steer, but will take longer to reach their top speed. Lighter cars have a lower top speed and will not turn as easily, but will accelerate more quickly. Now, because of this, you may be wondering, how much heavier is a large brick, say a 2x4, compared to a 1x2? And that is precisely the problem with this system. We don't know. There's no information, no view showing the weight distribution or maybe some sliders to show how heavy the car was, none of that. And on top of that, something that both isn't in the game and not in the manual is that the chassis you start with also affects your stats. Now, how do they affect your stats? Well, we don't know the specifics. Some just feel better than others. And I can 100% co-sign this because as my character was the LEGO Chess King, I wanted a fitting chassis for him. So I chose this old looking wooden wheeled thing, and it is absolute shit. I can't tell you how, because not only would I have to go out of my way to not only try each chassis, but we would have to figure out all the little details of the balance and weight and how to make an optimal build for each chassis, considering they not only have different wheels, but are shaped completely differently as well. But what I am seeing is that most of the speedrunners use the turbocharger chassis. I actually didn't even know the chassis had names, and I still don't think they do. I just think they call it turbocharger because that's the minifig that's associated with it. Now, the problem with this weird hidden stat system is not only the fact that it's hidden, but it's also pretty much busted. If you reread the blurb about heavier cars having a better top speed and being easier to steer but taking longer to reach their top speed, just think about that. The only issue with the heavy car is that it takes longer to reach the top speed. but it can be the fastest possible. The steering is easier, which will aid in less crashes. And don't get me started on the power-ups, which will pretty much negate any time you need to spend accelerating back up to top speed. At that point, why not just have the heaviest car possible? If you had any counter-argument, then you're wrong, by the way, because every speedrunner literally just makes their car a big-ass rectangle, and that is dead-ass the meta. Sure, there are some variations here and there which have slight differences in their build, but at the heart of it, it is still just mashing together as many pieces as possible. So in essence, because of this, you are theoretically punished for exhibiting creativity and making a detailed design. Because assuming that, say for example, a flag is lighter than a 1x4, there is no situation where the flag would be better because the flag takes up the same footprint while being a fucking flag. Not only that, but at least in my experience playing my shitty preset car, the races feel pretty busted too. So speaking on the single player modes, you got circuit races, single races, and time races. Circuit races are what we're going to be focusing on because that's how we unlock more of the useless parts for our car that we should never use, unlock more customization for our character, which suffers from the same problem I discussed earlier about them just adding one full cohesive outfit that looks incredibly awkward when mixed with anything else, and unlock tracks so that we can actually race on them in the other modes. There are 6 different circuits, each having a different champion, which is basically just the guy who's the best in the pack of NPCs. The problem is that they are usually fucking obnoxiously good, but we'll get to that. First, we should speak on the items. So, the items here are one of the main things I was talking about when I said this game had fucking bundles of potential, because the idea here is wonderful. So, the track has a set order for the bricks, which are your items laid out along the track. There are red, green, blue, yellow, and white bricks. The white bricks upgrade your other bricks to make them more powerful, or sometimes not even more powerful, just different, meaning sometimes you gotta strategize even if you want a white brick. If you go over a colored brick while you already have one in your item slot, then it swaps them out. All these sound very interesting, pretty unique, and can affect gameplay in a good amount of ways. For example, putting things like white bricks in hard or annoying to reach places, so you really have to weigh in your head whether it's worth going for them or taking a shortcut through some grass. But once you actually put things into practice, that's when the flaws really start to show. Let's talk about the individual items real quick and explain what they do. Red is attack items, and like all the other bricks, there are 4 variations depending on how many white bricks you have. If you have no white bricks, it's a simple cannonball, like a green shell, except it isn't sliding across the ground, it's shooting directly forward from your car, so you gotta make sure there aren't any hills in the way between you and your opponent. With 1 brick, it's a grappling hook. If you activate it and there's a car near you, it latches onto the car and pulls you forward into that car's position. With 2 bricks, it's a magic wand shooting a fucking death ray of electricity for legitimately like 5 or 10 seconds straight. And finally, with all 3 bricks attached, you get 3 homing rockets. Now, let's explain the issues with all the red ones. For the cannonball, I actually have first-hand experience with this. If you are guaranteed an offensive item for every single time you go into the red brick, then what's stopping either you or the bot behind you from spamming you with cannonballs every single time they get one? The answer is nothing, absolutely nothing. I don't have much footage of it actually happening to me, thanks to 4 hours of my footage ended up being just a black screen with audio, but I swear to God it happened. Now the grapple hook, it seems good, but it is actually incredibly annoying. So when you latch onto a player, what happens is it pretty much kills their speed, and then you swing from the force of pulling the car, and ideally you end up in front of them. Now, not only is this one of the most frustrating things to get used against you, but half the time it doesn't even work properly for the person using it. More times than not, you will grapple onto the car, swing up, and then hit the back of the car, bouncing them forward and bouncing you back, meaning if you just drove normally, I can't even tell if this happens because you have to steer which way you want to launch in, or if it's supposed to just naturally lean you in a direction and it bugs, but it barely works. And even when it does, it's a horrible feeling to get hit by. Much worse than a cannonball, which in itself is worse than something like a green shell in Mario Kart, because at least in that scenario, you can either see it or at the very least hear it beforehand. The magic wand is obviously busted, and there is no denying that. For 5 seconds straight, it shoots a line of lightning that literally is just a death ray. It spans incredibly far in front of you, and you can stun lock people in the death ray. I don't understand how this wasn't chosen to be the 3-brick item, to be honest, because that one is the only pretty alright fair one, and that means it's pretty damn weak in comparison to the others. You have to wait obnoxiously long to get 3 white bricks just to hit 3 different people with a rocket, when realistically by the time you spend that long getting those bricks, those people are either so far away that it's barely going to matter since it's nearly impossible to catch up once the CPUs pull away, or you're in second place, meaning 2 of those rockets are just going to end up getting wasted, and the only advantage you're getting then is the homing ability. It sucks, and I don't get it. Blue bricks are defensive, by the way, and each upgrade is just a longer duration that the shield stays around you. The magic wand can also just completely break the shield somehow. Either that or I got really lucky on the timing the couple times that I used it. I know yellow bricks are things you put behind you, but I haven't used all of them because the yellow brick in itself is extremely useless unless you are on an extremely narrow pathway. I know the base power is an oil spill, and all 3 bricks are a mummy trap, which basically throws you around a bit and reverses your controls for a bit as well. They all suck. And finally, we have the motherlode, the most broken brick in the game, the green bricks. Now, the base power is just like a normal mushroom. Hell, even 1 brick is close enough to a mushroom to be fine in my eyes. But you put 2 bricks on it, and you get like 3 or 5 seconds straight of just boost. So we're talking gold mushroom levels of abuse. And then, when you get 3 bricks on a green, you literally warp across the track. You teleport. Just boom. Half the lab done. It is crazy how that got approved. But here's the real fun part. Remember how I said the bricks are in set places and they only get moved around by people swapping the bricks around by bricks they already had in the item slot? Well, that means if the AI is in front, they can pull straight ahead by grabbing all the green bricks and fucking zooming. It will be almost every single race where the whole pack is about 10 seconds away from 1 CPU, and once that happens, you're fucked because there's just no catching up besides maybe some really good warps you make. And when you put all this together, it becomes one of the most annoying things to race through because basically how it goes is you damn near need a good boost start at the start of the race so you can stay with the pack. Once that happens, you need to use whatever item you get damn near immediately because red is aggressive, which puts you up places, blue is defensive so you don't get absolutely spammed, and trust me, you will in the pack, and green is going to make you pull ahead. Those greens are damn near priceless because if you pull far enough ahead, then you literally never get hit by the CPUs. They just forget you exist. But God forbid if you and the champion are fighting for first, he is absolutely relentless, shooting cannonball after cannonball at you. Again, I don't have it recorded because 4 hours of footage is just a black screen, but I had a time that I got shot 7 fucking times in a row, back to back to back to back to back on every single row of items. Literally, the only ways you can defend yourself are if you get a blue brick, but you have to be lucky because half the time they'll wait until the shield is down and then shoot their item, or you pick up a red brick and waste it so they can't grab it, but that only works so many times before you get to a row where there's 2 red bricks, and then you're super fucked unless that 3rd brick is a blue. It becomes less of a game of actually racing and more just wading your way through the bullshit that is this item system. Those warps are undeniably the biggest way to gain ground on the CPUs and immediately out of harm's way, but as you've noticed by the footage, I'm not going for warps at all. I'm trying to stick to 2 brick greens. That's because on the Retro Achievements achievement list, they actually want you to not only win every circuit without any warps, but they want you to place first in every race with no warps. The amount of frustration that ensues when literally every race is you holding your breath, hoping you don't get abused by everybody behind you. You get through on 3 races, and then you get fucked on that last race. It was absolutely insane. It's just a complete shame because, again, this item system had so much potential, but I just am not feeling it at all. Like, the idea of colors being styles of items instead of just variations of something like missiles is something I really like. Granted, the blue and debatably the green bricks didn't do that at all, but they tried their best, okay? The other 2 colors did fine enough for me to think it was cool. Another thing could be just maybe I'm trying to play the game without using warps, but I feel like even if I did enjoy the game a lot more with them, that it's still really OP and then it would just be too easy in the end. I really think though it could be as simple as making it so one CPU isn't damn near lapping the rest of the pack, and that alone would make the game more fun, because you just have no motivation to keep going once you see Sam Sinister is 20 seconds ahead of you and you haven't found a green or white brick in half a lap. It's just pointless. Not even the shortcuts can help you at that point. Speaking of the shortcuts though, I gotta give them props. They did absolutely fucking cook on the map design. Only one track in the entire list doesn't have shortcuts, but even then, they used to, but got cut for unknown reasons before release. Imperial Grand Prix, you only got one shortcut, but that's alright because it's the first track of the game. It's a simple thing where there's barrels and wood covering up a path, but if you use a cannonball, you can actually break through those and open up a path that completely shaves off a big turn in the course. But if you choose to go that way, you do miss out on taking 3 white bricks, which could be very helpful depending on your situation. For Magma Moon Marathon, there are 2 very interesting shortcuts. One where if you use a shield, you can go straight through this rubble of squares that look like small rocks piled against the wall, and you get a free 2 white bricks and a green. The other actually has a panel that comes after 3 sets of red and blue lit pathways and will light up in the pattern it wants you to go in. For example, if the pattern is red, red, blue, so you go through the paths in that pattern, and then boom, that's 3 white bricks. Desert Adventure Dragway lets you pretty much just skip an entire third of the track by going into this pyramid, and there's another pyramid a little farther down the line that puts you into the same pathway of skipping the same part of the track. Kinda weird, right? Well, the one that makes you skip more of the track actually has to be open on every lap, whereas that one that shaves off less time only has to be open once for the whole race. It's never quite as straightforward as you think. Sometimes the shortcuts are incredibly hidden, like in Tribal Island Trail, where this patch of literal pitch black that just looks like more of the wall is actually a hidden pathway to cut a huge turn in the course. Royal Knights Raceway, where you just make a right turn into the grass instead of staying on track for a similar result, though not as big of a gain, or Amazon Adventure Alley, where you just go through the waterfall and then boom, you get a free ticket to be ahead of the pack the entire time. The act of really having to pay attention to every part of the map, and not only that, but actually interact with the map itself in order to achieve these shortcuts, which can also be dynamic depending on the course, is fantastic ingenuity. Not to mention how seamless these get woven in. These don't feel out of place in any way really, but they still feel perfectly like, oh, this definitely isn't where I'm normally supposed to go, but it's definitely working. While probably a bit too powerful considering these shortcuts cut huge parts out of the track, I guess this point also complements the idea of the warp staying in the game. LEGO Racers was never meant to be a multiplayer party kart racer the same way Mario Kart was. It was meant to be single player based, meant to be grinded to get the best times, meant to be played over and over to become as perfect as possible at it. And granted, when you look at it that way, stop treating it like a game meant for competition against the CPUs and against yourself, it becomes a hell of a lot more fun. Which makes sense considering there is a whole speedrunning scene and it is actually incredibly interesting. People have come up with very specific places to warp in order to get put back into the track at the perfect spot, have learned green brick routes to know when something like a 2-brick green instead of a 3-brick green is useful. If the usual green brick isn't there in a full game run, then you have to think quick and go completely off script with the bricks to try and keep a good time. If you get messed up by the CPUs, because they will target you if you lap them and get in front of them again, you can try certain comeback mechanics like that grapple hook in times of desperation where you just cannot find a green brick, along with the obvious skill needed to make perfect lines through all the courses the whole time. And with all that being said with the gameplay, let's get to what my objectives actually are. That being, win all 7 circuits, finish in first place on every circuit race, so a total of 25 without using any warps, beat all the 12 set time trial times, go through all 16 shortcuts, win a circuit using no items, win some races with some very specific cheat codes enabled, and some cleanup trophies. You already know how the circuits went. I've been ranting about everything I experienced while playing them already. Things did get much easier when I switched to a quote-unquote meta car, that being this very intricate design that did not take me 10 minutes to make because I kept messing it up. I don't know what you're talking about. Rocket Racer, the last champion and circuit in the game, did give me quite a bit of trouble just because I was trying not to use any kinds of warps at all. And Jesus Christ, you had to get a literally perfect start in order to get ahead of him. But once you did, he just couldn't catch up. It spawned me in the middle of the pack to start, so I'd have to get a boost start, but also move around the person in front of me, that way I didn't bump them forward and have them steal the brick I was trying to get, and then take a very sharp turn left to get a white brick in the corner of another right turn, make sure I get another perfect sharp turn right to not smash into the wall, and then go through the rest of the first half of the lap picking up as many whites and greens as possible. But once I got that first half lap down, I was set. It just took a hell of a long time getting to that point. Time trials afterward were extremely easy. I'm not sure why the set times were as mediocre as they were. Like, they weren't bad by any means, but sometimes they just wouldn't take super obvious shortcuts, for example, and it was just confusing to observe. Worked out for me though. It was neat that there was a couple achievements where you had to apply different cheat codes and then win a race with them enabled, but they were really annoying too. This one where you have super speed and literally only get grapple hooks was the fucking worst shit to play, and I hated it. But not as bad as the next one where you had no wheels, hovering cars, and infinite boosters on you that make you even faster. That shit was so tedious, I got through beating a circuit without items first because that was legitimately easier for me. Trust me though, it's not as hard as you think. You just go through the first circuit, make sure you pick up every single red brick if the champ is close to you, and if he's really close or even a smidge ahead, you can ease your car into his and the collision will force your car in front of his for some reason. No clue why that works, but it did and was super helpful. Another thing is, if he's grinding up on the back of your car, you just got to make sure you're straight in front of him, because if not, that means he's going to get in front if he's already caught up that much. Finally though, I went back to that last achievement, popped it, and that was the 100% over with. The N64 version, all achievements which forced me to do things I definitely would not have done if it weren't for the list, like the cheat codes, on a real controller, which took me about a week straight of troubleshooting to get to work properly, and yeah, that's it. This was the only game I played out of order because I couldn't afford an N64 controller and adapter at the time, so I actually played this very last, but everything else is played in release order, and I did play the PC version after LEGO Friends. That's actually when I realized the N64 version had a retro achievements list. And yeah, that's LEGO Racers. Pretty okay, pretty mid. I don't know. This is off script, I don't know why I keep going. This was an expansion pack for LEGO Technic CyberMaster and would give slightly increased functionality to the existing base CD. That's like all I know. LEGO Rock Raiders, oh LEGO Rock Raiders, you sweet, sweet piece of shit to get running on my PC. God knows how long this took, since that was all the way back in January of 2024, but it feels like an accomplishment to even see this title screen. I took an OBS recording of me troubleshooting, and look at this, bro. What the hell was I doing? Now, Rock Raiders, while being a PC game, was also an attempt at making a multimedia original IP for the LEGO brand, like what Bionicle would later become. While LEGO certainly made the push for this to be a mainstay, it only lived for a short 2 years before quietly being buried along with everything else that failed in the hands of LEGO, and this game is, for quite a few people, why this series is even remembered. It was developed by one of the worst developers to ever exist, Data Design Interactive. If you know, you know. Thankfully though, this game is regarded as Data Design's only good release, so hopefully I won't be sitting through hell trying to complete this. I sat through hell trying to complete this. Now to get to the main questions, being who are these Rock Raiders and what are we doing in game? Good for us, we have a manual for that, as well as an intro cutscene that is way too long. Seriously, this is like 4 minutes long, and that's with it being cut down. The full cut of this is a whopping 7 minutes. I mean, I get if this is the beginning of a new game kind of deal, but this appears every single time we boot the game. Thankfully, we can skip it, but it's still excessive nonetheless. In space, there lies a ship by the name of the LMS Explorer, LMS standing for LEGO Mining Ship. Inside the Explorer houses the Rock Raiders, who apparently are returning home from a long-winded expedition across the outer rim of the galaxy. Asteroids seem to surround the Explorer, presumably because the chief fucking sucks at piloting this thing. The crew, struggles bravely to guide the ship out of this asteroid field. One of the crew members calls Chief over to look at his screen and shows that whatever radar they have is detecting a wormhole right behind the ship. The crew decides to turn the engines to full blast, but unfortunately, they seem to be going straight towards an asteroid being pulled into the wormhole, thus going straight for the Explorer. There's nothing they can do, so they just try their best to brace for impact. The asteroid slams into the ship, severely damaging its shield, thus depleting the energy crystal supply that powers the ship. Because of this, the engine power lowers and the Explorer gets pulled into the wormhole. Looking out from the windows, the Rock Raiders realize they're now in a far-off galaxy. Using their radar, they scan the nearest planet to the ship for energy crystals, and luckily for them, there seems to be an abundance. Chief makes the executive order to land on the planet in an attempt to scavenge up enough energy crystals to make it back to their home alive, and thus we begin our journey, controlling the Rock Raiders and trying our best to fulfill their quest. Now that we have that overview out the way, let's go to boot it up. For fuck's sake. Okay, that was surprisingly easy. Download LEGO Rock Raiders from archive.org, go take a nap because the download speeds are horrible, mount the CD, download an alternate installer somebody made on GitHub, install the game using that installer, copy the data folder from the CD and paste it into the game's installation folder, then download the LEGO Masterpiece edition of the executable. The reason for this is because the original version of the executable had something called Safe Disk, basically some DRM copy protection. This won't work on Windows 10 since they removed support for it, and luckily the Masterpiece executable doesn't have Safe Disk protection, so we can use that. You might be wondering, oh Ryan, what's the LEGO Masterpiece Edition? Basically, it was LEGO's version of greatest hits games where they would re-release select games that sold pretty well in an ugly-ass box art template at a value price. Once you do that, right-click the executable and click Properties, go to Compatibility, set that to Windows 98/ME, then make sure it runs the program as an administrator. Now you're going to download something called DG Voodoo 2. This takes the code spat out from Rock Raiders' old-ass API and wraps it into a much more easy-to-understand code for the much more modern DirectX 11, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the gist of it. Once you download that, you are only going to copy the MS folder and paste it into the installation folder of Rock Raiders. That's it. Everything else is completely ignored. Now once you click the executable via the shortcut, you'll get this mess of stuff. Don't use the shortcut. Always start the game via File Explorer. I even renamed the shortcut so that I don't have to deal with that headache again. Now it seems like we're done, but hold on just a second because we still need to add music to the game. Apparently if you want to play this game without the disc, there just isn't music. This is because Rock Raiders use a thing called MCI, or Multimedia Control Interface, to make calls to the Windows Multimedia API for the game to run music from the CD. If there is no CD in the computer, no music plays. Thus, we have to 1. Put the music into the installation folder, and 2. We have to download a custom Windows Multimedia API file along with a couple other DLLs in order for the calls to go towards the installation folder and not the non-existent CD. Now you probably think finally this has to be all over, but nope. When you launch Rock Raiders, you need to make sure your graphics thing is set to Direct 3D HAL, and you need to play in windowed mode. The reason for windowed mode is because this game runs in 640 by 480, so in full screen the game would try to enlarge itself up to 1080p, and that would completely break the interface and or just crash the executable. So when you get to all this, the very last problem we have to deal with is that annoying title bar. This title bar is pretty big considering you're playing on a much smaller resolution, but luckily someone has made a fix in the form of a second executable. So you download that, copy it into the installation folder, go into Properties, and make sure it runs as admin. Now when you open Rock Raiders, make sure your config is perfect and start it. You will then run the fix executable and it should run full screen without any title bar. And now, no jokes this time, I can finally play and review LEGO Rock Raiders. Now there is one thing I've been avoiding that has to be mentioned, and that is the 100%. As previously stated, this game is a horrible, buggy mess. It was developed on a very short time frame, and to be honest, it's the only good game that Data Design Interactive has ever published. With all these bugs, one of the most unfortunate in my case is the 100% requirements. Some of these requirements are impossible. And this isn't any, oh, this would take weeks and weeks of grinding to get perfect or anything. No, it is quite literally not possible to get the 100%. Let's take the very first level for an example of this. First of all, the requirements to get the 100% are very hard to find because you actually have to extract a game file and view the config file inside of it in order to see the requirements. Now just imagine these points are percentages. 5 crystals is 60 points. Crystals are a very important object you gotta get in these levels, or 1 crystal is 12 points. Oxygen is 10 points, not quite sure what that's about as of calculating this. And finding a cavern is 10 points, I assume by just drilling into one. Pretty simple, right? You need to collect those and find the cavern to complete the level, so that's an easy 80%. The problem here is time. The time is 20 points obviously, but in the quota it says 900. Now what I'm going to explain might not be correct. I actually don't think it is after rereading the script, but I think it might be. So this might be how time is calculated. I'm not sure. You finish the level and it shows your time. You take that total time and convert the minutes to seconds and then subtract that from the quota time. Say I have 136 seconds as my total time. That would be 900 minus 136 equals 764. Now we got to divide this number by 900 again, and the answer is the percentage of possible points you can obtain. So 764 divided by 900 is 84.889%, also known as 16.978 points. That's obviously not enough. In order to get all 20 points, you would need 97.5% to get 19.5 points, which would round up to 20. 877 divided by 900 is 97.5%, meaning that you would need to finish level 1 in 22.5 seconds in order to get the 100%. Seems like a bitch to calculate, right? Well, here's the funny part. The world record speedrun for this level is 50 seconds. So yeah, if that wasn't enough, here's the best part too. The in-game timer actually goes faster than in real life. After watching this world record run, I noticed that the time was definitely not 50 seconds. In fact, it was a significant amount more. I began to watch more speedruns of various levels and compared their real time with the in-game time. The results showed that the in-game time is 1.86 times the real time you spend in a level. No clue why this happens, but it does. Maybe a frame rate thing, I'm not sure. Remember, Data Design's best game, guys. They made nothing better than this. To put it simply, to figure out how fast you have to complete a level, you must find what number multiplies by 1.86 to be the required time to round over to the maximum points. Remember, the world record is 50. You have to be 22.5, which is actually 12 seconds. That is about a quarter of the world record time with 0 obvious skips. So yeah, this happens in multiple other levels, but I just don't find it worth my time to go in and pick apart every single level. You get the point. The point is, 100% is definitively impossible. So now the real question is, what do I do as a result? I think the main solution is either to get as close as humanly possible to getting 100% on every level, or install a mod that makes 100% possible on every level. Now, the only problem with this mod is that not only does it make 100% possible, it makes it pretty easy, as well as altering the game slightly in multiple ways so that there are no frustrating game mechanics. I don't know about you, but getting frustrated at really stupid game mechanics is just part of the experience to me. You might bring up LEGO Island Rebuilder and call me a hypocrite, but using the camera fix is actually used to be more authentic to when the game first released. Remember, the game only ran at around 15 FPS back in the day due to common PC specs, so the camera moved much slower. The difference with Rock Raiders is that these mechanics haven't changed due to operating system upgrades. It just sucks. So, while it does change a bunch of things, it would probably be much more fun to play compared to the base game. What I could also do is look at the mod files and alter it so that the only thing that changes is the 100% requirements, which is definitely a possibility, but I'll say again, it is said to be pretty easy. The only other option though is to get as close as humanly possible to 100% in these levels. Now that'll be annoying for the obvious reason that's going to be an absolute bitch to accomplish, but also I gotta calculate every single level's requirements. Now really I'm just calculating the time, but that is still a bitch to do. So after quite a bit of contemplation and procrastination, I did decide to go with this 100% mod and only change the requirements because it keeps the best of both worlds. In my opinion, the 100% requirements are too easy, but quite frankly, I am not going out of my way to push myself to the human limit of every LEGO Rock Raiders level in existence. That's just a bit too much for me. Besides, considering someone decided to take their time out of their own day, multiple days, probably a few weeks, for people like me to be able to complete this game, if you really think about it, why shouldn't I? Editor's update. As of writing this, I did find another much more well-known mod titled Baz's mod, which is a quote-unquote overhaul and more so overall polish to the Rock Raiders experience. I now realize technically I could have used those 100% requirements instead of this one since it's much more well-known, but I've already 100%ed this game, I don't want to do it again, and the Rock Raiders knowledge base says in reference to the modified objectives, quote, all levels include improved objectives mainly to increase the number of crystals players must complete to the mission. I think there were more than enough crystals to complete those missions. Alright, back to the video. There's actually a weird bug or mistake in the menu, I'm not sure which, where there's start game and training missions, but both have the training missions themselves. The only difference is, in the game save, you have to go through each tutorial one by one to complete all of them. The training missions menu has all of them unlocked from the beginning. I did all the tutorials from the training missions menu. You know what that means, another hour of pain and suffering due to not being able to skip the chief's dialogue.
Let's get started. Instructions will appear in this box. At the end of each instruction, either perform the action you're asked to do, or click on the flashing arrow to go to the next instruction. Click on the flashing arrow now.
I did end up going through it though, and we made it to the first mission, Driller Night. At this point, I went and calculated the 100% requirements for every level I would have to play, and that was when I realized just how easy this looked. Only 5 crystals needed for this mission, which is a pretty crazy difference compared to what we were looking at before. The objective for Driller Night is that our teleporter fucked up and some of our Rock Raiders somehow teleported into the wrong place in the cave. Presumably frightened for their lives because of this, we now have to get them back to the tool store, which is basically the home base of every level. Now this is the first mission, and it already doesn't really make sense because I'm pretty sure you can teleport Rock Raiders back to the LMS Explorer in actual gameplay, meaning we could just re-teleport them, but we can just pretend the teleporter fucked that one up too. This mission was actually incredibly easy, which I guess I should have expected from it being the first, but I don't know, I guess I just assumed the strategy game would have some strategy in the first mission. After we find the tool store, we have to mine and obtain 5 energy crystals, which did not take long at all. Cool, first one down. These next 3 missions were pretty similar, just very simple ones that are meant to teach you the basics of the game as if there weren't just 8 tutorials that I played twice before. There is one little problem in these missions though that would proceed to haunt me throughout the game, and that would be these goddamn Rock Raiders are the stupidest pieces of shit I have ever had to deal with in a video game. They are worse than Minecraft's mob AI. They are worse than the Rocket League bots, and if you've played Rocket League even a moderate amount, you know that they suck. These guys are the stupidest motherfuckers. They will walk in the wrong way. They will walk straight into lava, and they will not follow directions. I hate it, but also kind of love it. They're just little guys. Look at them. Look at that face. That there is an empty brain specimen. I'm directing brainless minifigures, and I love it. But goddamn, it makes it annoying because they aren't just brain dead stupid objects. They do indeed have their own thought process, and that is to not follow directions. I would go into a bit of a rant about this, but while researching I found GameSpot sums this part up way better than I could, so I'll have that be read aloud instead. Shout out my boy Andrew Park. Your raiders will do pretty much everything on their own despite the vague hierarchy of priorities you set for them. This autopilot artificial intelligence was probably intended to keep youngsters from being overwhelmed by micromanaging many different units at once. As such, all you do in Rock Raiders is give out orders, sit, wait, and hope they get carried out soon. However, your units are so autonomous that they'll often directly disobey orders, and this can be frustrating to say the least. To make matters worse, Rock Raider's interface isn't terribly helpful. There are no means to jump to or center on a specific Rock Raider, so you'll have to scroll around the screen to find the one AWOL Raider you need to complete the mission. Despite that though, I really should mention how unique this game truly was, especially for its time. I know this is a bit of a distraction from the gameplay itself, but I'm writing this in class right now and figured now's a pretty good time anyways to get it out the way. LEGO Rock Raiders was a subgenre that never really evolved into something that stayed in the eyes of the public, and thus, it's something that very few games chose to develop. The only game that I can find that draws major comparisons to Rock Raiders is the Dungeon Keeper series of games, which the more you look at it, seems to be the inspiration for Rock Raiders itself. There are many features that Rock Raiders has that aren't very fleshed out and pretty obviously taken from other games, an example being the first-person camera. There's an option when you click on one of the raiders to go in first person in its view and direct the guy itself, similar to what you can do in Dungeon Keeper. The only problem is that in Rock Raiders, you can move around, drill a wall, and that's it. That's literally all you can do. On the flip side, this is an actual mechanic in Dungeon Keeper 2 with actual things you can do and actual purpose behind doing it. Rock Raiders implementation is very limited, and while it is interesting looking at these caves from a new perspective, this is still a perfect example of how they were trying to live up to something that they were never going to reach. One of the most prominent oversights in the game, however, wasn't even anything taken from another game. It's the vehicle system. So, to get all these vehicles, you have to upgrade your HQ, right? Well, the problem is, there is literally no reason for any more than 3 of these to exist. I can confidently say I don't know what half these vehicles do because I never used them in the first place. They just weren't necessary because if I ever needed a vehicle, it would be stupid if I didn't just go all the way to the Chrome Crusher, the most powerful vehicle in the game. Because I'd have to build, what, one more building just to get it? The progression between vehicles feels so smushed together that there's no reason not to go straight to the high-end vehicles during longer missions and completely ignore them unless mandatory to move over lava or water or something. The reason for this, though, was not a design oversight, actually. It was to sell the sets in the real world. Yup, every vehicle, I think, that was in the Rock Raiders line at the time of development was put in this game, that way kids would be exposed to it, see cool big drill vehicle, and beg their parents for it for the next 3 months. And to be honest, that was the entire focus of this game's release in the first place. It wasn't meant to be great, it was just meant to further publicize the Rock Raiders line because they were trying to push this into being a multimedia franchise. Obviously that didn't happen though, and we can only wonder if this shitty game had anything to do with it. Side note, some of the buildings are useless too, like the ore factory where you just put in however many ore and it comes out as studs. What do studs do? It's like compacted ore, where there were 3. What's the point? There is none. I'm so serious when I say I still have no clue what most of these buildings do, and I did all the tutorials and have played a good chunk of the game up to this point while writing this. To clarify, while there are all these problems, I don't really think the game itself is shitty, but the amount of oversights, bugs, and dumb shit that goes on really makes me feel like it is. Especially since, fun fact, 40% of this game's disc size is unused content. 40%! These guys spent half their development time on nothing. It's stupid. There's a reason this company went to Ninja Breadman after this. Anyways, after Rock Raiders and Dungeon Keeper 2, this subgenre of RTS underground cave expedition tunneling player versus environment type games died out to my knowledge. Dungeon Keeper would later be turned into a shitty mobile game developed by EA that nobody liked, and Rock Raiders was never really heard from again because the developers, Data Design, went off the deep end making shovelware for the Wii. It's kind of a sad story and kind of cements it in this moment of time with no further innovation and evolution. That would be until the development and release of Manic Miners, the unofficial Rock Raiders revival made by a very small group of extremely dedicated fans, making it live up to modern standards and restore it to the glory it deserves. From what I've heard, there are plenty of quality of life improvements and it looks beautiful and the levels are better and all that kind of stuff, but as it isn't an official LEGO release, I haven't played it yet. I might in the future though, who knows, it does look pretty appealing. Alright, now that I've got my mid-game yap out the way, let's get back to the focus of this section, that being the game itself. This section has been a full 7 pages so far, and only one of them has been for the actual gameplay. I'm so sorry. The sound design is pretty on point, to be honest. The only thing I don't like about it is the music choice, and even that isn't terrible, it's just repetitive. Rock Raiders has 3 tracks that are all less than 5 minutes each, meaning you are going to be hearing these themes a lot while playing. Luckily for probably half the people who bought this game, they actually didn't even have to deal with the music, because half the people who bought this game, it didn't even work in the first place. That's right, more bugs. For some reason, Data Design decided to stream the music off of the disc instead of downloading it to the PC when developing the game, meaning you had to keep the disc in whenever you wanted to play the game in order to hear any music. I think they actually made you have to have the disc in to play it at all due to some DRM or something according to the PC Gaming Wiki. I don't really know. Doesn't sound too bad though, right? A little annoying, but it's easy to get over. Welp. In the LEGO Masterpiece re-release, they removed the DRM, meaning you can play this without the disc. However, as you could have guessed, there's no music if you do it this way. Logical thing would be to just keep the disc in, right? Nope. They actually forgot to implement music onto this disc, and because of this, nobody who owned this version of the game ever got to listen to anything except for the main menu ambience in the main menu and the main menu only. This was the same for multiple other different European versions too, but dear God, that's a whole other side tangent because look at all that. Coming back to the PC Gaming Wiki, for some reason it says the music doesn't work because it's Redbook audio based, but it gives zero elaboration beyond that. I know Redbook is a way of storing audio on discs, but it tells me nothing about how that actually makes the music unplayable. Point is, music repetitive, you get tired of it after a while, but an entire generation never even knew there was music in the first place, which might be worse. And on the topic of putting it off for so long, it wasn't until about a dozen levels in where I realized I don't really think it was my lack of motivation relating to this entire challenge. I think I just didn't like playing this game all too much. I don't really think I have a lot of fun while playing unless I was talking to someone who would watch me play every now and then, and after a bit of thinking, I don't think it's a me problem. I'm pretty sure there is something I can't quite pinpoint that just feels missing from it that's preventing me from really getting invested. I originally thought it was the storyline, as that seems to be pretty lacking except for at the beginning of the game, but I quickly remembered that most popular puzzle games don't have a particularly crazy story either. I know they aren't RTS games, but I love Bomberman and Lemmings, and I know that they have next to no story at all. It was also very quick that I came to another realization, and that was I really couldn't definitively know what was wrong with Rock Raiders if I didn't educate myself properly on the more successful older brother to it, Dungeon Keeper 2. So, at first I was going to spend a good long while watching a full long play of the game. Look at that video length, by the way, 16 hours. But I think I found the problem with Rock Raiders in the first 15 minutes. No joke, these 15 minutes alone gave me 2 full pages of notes to go off of on why Dungeon Keeper 2 is better than Rock Raiders. And now, I will show you that list of notes. So now that I've listed all those things off, what idea does this lead up to? I think that even after a mere 15 minutes of Dungeon Keeper 2 gameplay and 2 full pages of notes, I figured it out. LEGO Rock Raiders is fucking boring. Yeah, I said it. And I believe that point in itself boils down to the fact that you never really have to strategize in this real-time strategy game. Literally all you do so far, and probably for the rest of the game, is simply follow directions, and that just isn't very stimulating for the brain. I don't feel like I'm making any progress when playing because I'm just following the instructions given in the mission prompt as told. There is no strategy on what to mine or where. You pretty much just destroy every wall you can to get as much materials as possible to build up HQ. I mean, I guess you might have to strategize for your oxygen levels in some missions, but that just means I have to build a support station first, and by the time I build that, I still have like 2/3 of oxygen left. The only time I've actually been stuck in this game was when I did not know where to go, and that's not the game trying to be tricky, that's my own stupidity. I have no real incentive to use my brain when playing, and that combined with no story investment, no investment in the characters, no mechanics or missions or level layouts that encourage strategy in any way, and absolutely brain-dead Rock Raiders that sometimes double the time needed to finish a mission, it just makes the game feel like a slog. It feels like a slog to get through this game, to the point I'll finish even one mission and have to take a break. Even though I just wrote this entire section out, it's still hard to wrap my head around the fact that this real-time strategy game has literally no strategy to it. I know this game was targeted at younger audiences, but come on, this is dumbing it down way too much. That being said, while I may have my opinion of this game out the way, it doesn't change the fact that I still need to go through the second half of this game in order to complete it and never play it again. Now, this script originally, to be honest, was just filled with complaining about the levels one by one. While they were valid complaints, reading it back mostly feels like filler content and is unnecessary to go through for the purposes of this project. With that being said though, there are some highlights. Missions had broken processes, BS map layouts, Chief lying to me, mechanics not wanting to work in my favor, but the absolute worst of it all was during a mission called Fire in Water. The mission doesn't really matter, all you gotta know is it was a pretty damn difficult mission for me, so I was under a lot of pressure. So would you be surprised to see that this happened midway through the mission? This would end up being the precursor to the horrors of my next run. The AI behind the Rock Raiders just stopped. It just didn't. Not even doing the wrong thing, but nothing at all, and I could do nothing but just accept my fate. Even though I had over 50 ore in my reserves, they didn't even try. Even though construction was at the top of the priority list, they did not move. I even directed them back to the tool store to get materials to put them into the support station, and not only did they move to the tool store and grab nothing, but they all moved back to the same fucking square to stand there like idiots. I was pissed. But I had to move on. And move on I did. I restart from square one, this time knowing exactly what to do, and got right back to where I was, this time with 2 support stations just so this shit didn't happen again, and I could have more oxygen. It fucking happened again. In the beginning, it was simple. The only problem was the buildings had all the materials, but it wasn't actually building. I assumed this was a bug, as I heard similar issues with players in the past, so I canceled the building and replaced it. Nope, didn't do anything. Then I realized these guys aren't even moving. And then this became a nightmare. It was just horrible. The Rock Raiders would not follow almost any of the commands I set out for them, and I began having to tell them all what to do as if they had no brain of their own. I could not queue up tasks for them. Every single time they did something, they would follow up with nothing. They would just stand there. So at first I thought maybe it was just because there was so much AI at the bottom HQ that the game didn't know how to process this many Rock Raiders at once. In this mission there are 2 HQs you have to make. After all, the bottom HQ had nothing for the Rock Raiders to do, and it made sense for them to all be standing there. To be honest, they were just wasting oxygen, so I sent a little more than half of them up to the Explorer and looked to see if that would change anything. Nope. I really didn't know what else to do though, so I just kept micromanaging them and hoping for the best. After all, I wasn't under much pressure. I already had 2 support stations at the bottom HQ, so I thought I would just have to be patient, ever so slowly collect these energy crystals. Then I came to the realization though, that there are only so much ore collected at the bottom HQ, and I couldn't keep repairing the base forever. So then I started panicking. Sometimes even if I told them things to do, they just wouldn't do it. Look at them here. I told all of these guys to just drill some fucking walls, and they had been staring at them for probably a minute straight now. The game seemed to just be completely fried, and I was losing it if I'm being honest. I'd put nearly an hour into this mission, and I did not want another failure now. I was too committed. I tried teleporting them up and then back down. Nothing. Remember, the entire time this is going on, these Rock Raiders are not building anything. I need them to build things because I can't keep these bottom support stations up forever. There are no support stations at the top. I really didn't know what else I could do, so I just kept canceling the building and replacing them in slightly different positions, hoping that magically things would line up. The people at the bottom HQ began to stop functioning completely as well. They weren't even fixing any erosion from the lava. Dare I say, I thought it was Jover. Just randomly, I decided to put the energy crystals at the top of the priority list though, and then somehow that worked. They just started moving. Things started working. They picked up all the crystals and they started repairing the erosion. And I looked at the top HQ and the teleport pad got built. I was so hyped. I thought things were perfect. And then I realized the people at the top HQ are still slow in the head. But at least they can make buildings, and you know what? As long as I can get this fucking support station built fast enough, it'll be okay. And by fuck, while it was painful and stressful considering I know how this game likes to crash at completely random times, things worked out and I finished this piece of shit. I couldn't even keep going that day. I had to go to bed. It was something else.
managed to evacuate safely and collect all 35 energy crystals. Good job. Mission complete.
You don't know what I've gone through, Chief.
I thought that was the most intense level in this game. That was until I got to Lake of Fire. Roll the clips.
Stop digging! Pick up the fucking crystal. I swear to God. You're so close. Just pick up the crystal. Not the ore, the crystal. The crystal's higher on the priority list. I need you to pick up the crystal. Pick up the fucking crystal. Put it down. Eat a fucking sandwich.
And then I got to back to basics.
Slimy slug is invading your base.
Everyone gets Sonic
Slimy
Blasters.
slug, oh. Slimy slug is
Everyone
invading
go
your
get
base.
Sonic Blasters.
Trouble. The rest supply is running out. Slimy slug is invading your base.
I don't think they're doing anything. That's the problem. Anytime I tell them to go get tools, they go fucking eat sandwiches.
This game just cranked the difficulty all the way up to 11. Look, I was having fun. These were turning into some good missions, but holy shit. I don't know how to describe it. This is just insane. And look, if you don't think I'm going to blame the AI, you are certainly missing something because, oh my god, I'm telling you, if these guys worked properly, this game would be entertaining, fun even, but they don't, and oh my fuck, I'm going to throw my keyboard into the ground. It is one of the most frustrating things, especially when you do not want to play this anymore. And it was hours later, when I came back after a long break and looked up a walkthrough of the level, that I realized, oh my god, they aren't all shoveling the ground because they might not have shovels. So I came back and I fucking beat it. Not only did I beat it, I was motivated. Between that night and the next evening, I beat the last 2 levels and 100% this shithole of fuck that we call LEGO Rock Raiders. Emotions turned off, focus turned on, I was set and ready to go.
Thank you. Oh my god. We might do this. This might be good enough. Over here. Yes. Oh, that's okay. Put the ore down. Over here, take the energy crystal. Oh. Yeah, you like the energy crystal? Let's fucking go! Yeah. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh my god. Developed by the worst development studio ever. And I've 100% their best game. Oh my god. I already love this game, and I haven't even played it yet. LEGOLAND was the first real game to have been released in the turn of the millennia, and already there is a massive change. LEGO Chess, 12 hours to set up. LEGO Rock Raiders, 8 hours to set up. LEGOLAND, however, took 4 minutes. Absolutely unexpected and filled me with happiness. Before we get to the game though, I obviously have to tell you what this is all about first. And to be honest, it's not that complicated. LEGOLAND is LEGO's spin on Roller Coaster Tycoon, and that's really as deep as it goes. There's a small plot which contextualizes the reason we're building the parks, that being that Professor Voltage is fucked up testing his time machine and somehow ruined the entire park. I don't know how that works. Professor Voltage has a plan though, and that's to make his time machine work, and then use his duplicator ray to travel to different points in time and transport them into Legoland as different attractions. Honestly, I can't criticize it too much, that seems pretty on par for how a LEGO character would think. In this intro cutscene, we also get a small cast of characters, which for the most part play next to no role in the story besides putting names to otherwise nameless faces, except for Professor Voltage and Jonathan Ablebody. Apparently this guy was modeled after a real Legoland Windsor duty manager by the name of Jonathan Robb, who I can find no information on. If he somehow stumbles across this video, I hope you're doing well, good sir. You are forever implanted into LEGO gaming history, and I will never forget you. Next we find JP, a mechanic, who was clumsy. Next is Rosie, a cook who belongs to the Briccolini family, being the cousin of Mama Briccolini. She is also clumsy. Now we find Bob Longtree, a gardener who is also clumsy, holy shit. Yeah, it was about here when I realized, even from only seeing this intro cutscene, that it was going to be aimed at a lower demographic, which definitely is whiplash coming from Rock Raiders. That being said, more than just having these characters which are rarely ever brought up again, there is also some continuity with things like Rosie being part of the Briccolini family, or Biker Bob from LEGO Creator appearing at the 8-second mark. The official LEGO Gaming YouTube channel said that. I'm just repeating it. I have zero clue if that's true, as LEGO Creator was such a piece of shit that I don't think I got to that point. Continuity further continues in the manual though. As soon as the 4th page of the manual, it is stated that JP's favorite song is I Like to Dance by Tough Stuff. This is a callback to LEGO Friends 1999, as the friend group's band was named Tough Stuff. I forgot if you can name songs in there, but I do know that I Like to Dance is a soundbite you can put in the Music Maker, so I mean, fair enough. Oh, I also forgot to mention Professor Voltage is the grandfather of Veronica Voltage, one of the champion racers in LEGO Racers. So yeah, a very good amount of interweaving past LEGO games already, and I haven't even moved past the first cutscene, let alone read 5 pages in the manual yet. Before we even get into the gameplay though, I just want to highlight the main menu screen. This is one of the worst main menus I've seen in a while. Nothing is moving except the start a new game button. Jonathan reads each button every single time you go over it. The one guy with the pencil is staring into my soul. Nothing is labeled. These circles are completely randomly placed. These icons barely even represent what they lead to. It's just bad, and I had to show you guys because holy shit, man. These tutorials are pretty standard. Jonathan's at the bottom right giving you constant instruction on exactly what to do, telling you what buttons to press and what they do and why you need to do them. I would go more in depth, but it is literally pretty much just placing down buildings and decoration and telling you the basic mechanics like how they cost money and people's morale mechanic. There's also greenhouses and mechanic areas where you can click on them to bring mechanics or greenhouse people out. I forgot the name of them. Anyways, you can also click on them and that'll drag them over to where you need them to be. That there would have been really handy about 1 game ago, but it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. So yeah, that's pretty much the game to my knowledge so far, and now we can finally get to the levels themselves, and I only see 10. Yup, Legoland deadass only has 10 levels to its name, making this somewhere along the lines of a 5-hour first playthrough. This is very convenient because I realized right after I finished the tutorials that my saving feature was broken. Not a clue why. Thank God I can sit through this in one playthrough and not have to go through troubleshooting hell for God knows how long though. Alright, first level is San Francisco. In the preview for the level, my man Jonathan gives us a bit of a rundown on what we're supposed to do, and by extension, what the actual base level requirements are for the game. This guy named Mr. Bimble is going to check out our park so that it, quote, meets the highest LEGO standards, and we have to make our park good enough for him to approve. Seems simple enough, so I wanted to test just how simple it was. I did what was asked of me, but I wondered what would happen if I just didn't care about the layout and put all these buildings wherever. Would I get punished at all? Does it even matter? Is part of the grading system based on how organized the layout is? So, I began. At first I did what Jonathan told me, until I began to get reports of visitors complaining of hunger. So, as any wise man would do, instead of only putting down the buildings I was told, I began putting down every building I could. And eventually, in came dumbass Mr. Bimble's report. This idiot gave me full scores for this building vomit of property. The only problem was the lack of variety in the scenery because I forgot to place flowers around. So yeah, the floodgates were opened. As far as I'm concerned, this is going to be a super easy game to go through. This doesn't feel like Rock Raiders where I'm going to be gaslit into thinking it'll be easy and then get hit with insanity later on either, because I'm not seeing any bugs, I'm seeing less levels, and I'm seeing a lower intended age demographic than Rock Raiders was looking for too. We could be in the clear with this one, and if it didn't seem easy already, listen to this. Mr. Bimble gives us 10 checks once every 10 minutes before he gives up. 10 checks, and with every single check we can see exactly what scores are down. We know exactly what to bring up. It's literally a cakewalk. We got this shit in the bag, I think. Remember, I've only played the first level, so this isn't the end of it yet. Maybe the rest of the game will have some substance behind it. I doubt it, but maybe. But then again, let's not rush through these titles. I think I'm getting a little bit too caught up in the statistics right now. So let's take a bit just to appreciate and critique the small details of the game itself in a more slow-paced manner. Let's begin with the graphics. Obviously, this is a LEGO game. It's going to be very vibrant and colorful, as most of them are, with the exception of LEGO Rock Raiders. Most of the buildings themselves look passable as real LEGO sets, and I actually thought they were until I checked the Brickopedia page. Only 23 of the over 100 different buildings actually utilize real sets in them. The rest are completely original. I guess that makes sense once you take a closer look at things though. Relating to that, I should also mention obviously the roller coaster tracks not looking at all like LEGO, but to be honest, I'll give them a pass. The LEGO group hadn't actually put out any form of roller coasters until around 2012, so they didn't have any source material to go off of, and you can't just not include the roller coasters. Kids love roller coasters. I certainly would be turned off if my LEGOLAND experience didn't have roller coasters. Trust me, I played Mod Nation Racers a lot as a kid, and I will tell you firsthand that kids like to make shit, even if it's shit. Now's a good time to talk about one of the modes here that I haven't given any attention to yet, and that is the free play mode. The free play mode is the only bubble button circle thingy that isn't unlocked from the get-go, only being unlocked after you finish the tutorial levels. Makes sense, obviously they don't want you going in having no clue what you're doing. When I went into free play though, I realized something that kind of just killed it in my eyes. And that is, in free play, you can only have a set number of pieces, that being roughly 1/5 of the total piece section if we average it out. These piece selections will fill up a meter on the screen, and it won't let you go further than the meter. I assume due to hardware limitations at the time. This, for me, is a huge downer for obvious reasons, most notably that I can't build my ultimate LEGOLAND, if they won't even let me use every piece. Sure, I don't have to do that for this challenge, but not everybody is trying to just 100% the game and move on. Some people just want the best experience possible for this stupid roller coaster tycoon for babies. And you want to know how I know that there are people out there that care and that I'm not alone in this? Because in September of 2022, this guy on YouTube by the name of Mono Wizard published a video called LEGOLAND, bypassing the free play limit. In this, he breaks down how he scanned the memory of the game and modified it so that the points that each piece is assigned, the points being how much of the meter it takes up in game, were all set to 0, thus making it so you can successfully select every single piece and finally make your ultimate LEGOLAND park, a mere 18 years after the game released. For more information on how he did it, more technical explanations behind the process, and various neat facts and tidbits about the point system itself, I'd highly recommend checking out his video, since he obviously knows more about all this than I do. One thing I do know enough to talk about though is the music. While playing, there only ever was one 6-minute main theme, and that was it. Thankfully, this isn't something that gets old really quickly, but it doesn't feel like it works too well when you're actually playing the game itself. Definitely feels like menu music, and after some research, I realized it was actually all this track was supposed to be. There are 4 other fully composed songs and 1 test song in the files that actually never got programmed properly into the game, thus meaning the main theme was the only one that was ever played. Granted, there is some mixed answers on whether they remember these unused tracks, with some people saying they remember all of them, but even the original composer himself commented on a video upload of one of the songs to ask if they worked in the uploader's copy of the game, since as far as he knew, they weren't implemented. The tracks themselves are all based on the themes in-game, meaning there are different songs for Wild West, Medieval, Inca, and Egypt. The test track was for a pirate theme. I think the whole soundtrack is just fine, to be honest. It's definitely not bad, but I don't know, I just don't think it's all that memorable. In the Wild West theme track, I can definitely hear some inspiration at the very least from the LEGO Chess main menu theme, so props to them for that, but it just feels a bit too upbeat. I think it may be a combination of the fact that it does seem to be a higher BPM than I would expect, and the fact that there are also more instruments than I expect to hear in something like this that just makes it feel a touch out of place. I looked up some other Western-themed music from newer LEGO games just to make sure I wasn't overthinking, and no, these newer tracks are definitely a lot better at portraying the vibe I would expect. These might have even shaped the type of music I expect from this theme, to be honest, who knows. Medieval is a bit generic, to be honest. I don't really get too much of that vibe from this track, it just also kind of feels like menu music. Nothing bad, but nothing memorable. The Inca background track definitely feels distinct compared to the others. Egypt also sounds pretty distinct from the other songs in the OST, while also managing to sound so generic at the same time due to how similar it is to other video game music residing in sandy areas. And the Pirates track is fine. It's a test track, so I really am in no position to criticize it. Hell, for all we know, this could have been a rough draft of what they actually wanted that theme to sound like before it got scrapped for the game. So editor's note, it was literally minutes after this part of the script that I found cheat codes for this game, making this the first LEGO game to really have them, unless you want to count LEGO Island, but that one only had Ogle to enter developer mode and nothing else, and LEGO Racers, which I don't think you could activate outside of single races. So some of those cheat codes enable the music. Look, that's just unlucky timing. I'm not joking. 5 minutes after I wrote this section of script, I found these cheats. So false alarm, these songs are in the game just through some tedious means. Shit, I didn't actually think about this. Am I supposed to allow cheats in this challenge or not? Because there are a lot of different cheats in the Traveler's Tale games. For the uninformed, since these don't really exist in modern video games anymore, cheat codes were these cool things where you entered a specific code and you would get specific perks, such as stud multipliers in LEGO Star Wars games, or the We Love LEGOLAND cheat in LEGOLAND, making you instantly beat any level you're currently playing. These, by definition, are cheating, but there is good reason to use them. For example, there is a trophy in LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga for obtaining 1 billion studs. That is grueling without any cheat codes. But then again, at that point, I probably have already beat the game by the time I'm trying to get this high of an amount. That's another point. What if I'm done with the game already and just going for the 100%? I think that could be fair if I have to beat the game legit before I allowed myself to use cheats and clean up everything else. And after all, while they're called cheats, they were implemented in the game for a reason. Then there's the moral dilemma, which is perfectly sums up in this game FAQs comment. Cheating won't affect your trophies, but Jesus will deny you entrance into heaven when you die. He's very strict when it comes to using game codes, has been since the N64. Now, I myself am not religious, but I think you see the point he's trying to make. Anyways, after some thinking, I think I've come to a conclusion. Some cheats are the only way to unlock specific things like characters or vehicles, so obviously that's allowed. Red bricks or power bricks are allowed if collected legitimately, since red bricks unlock extra perks you can buy in the cantina, for example in LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, and I believe those are allowed since you can unlock them completely without ever having to enter the cheat code. Any cheat code that has some kind of OP upgrade or anything like that, which you cannot get through normal means in that situation, is not allowed. So this would mean, for example, I cannot enter the invincibility cheat code in the game just because it's an extra that I can get by obtaining a red brick. I have to get the red brick and buy the extra myself first. Another example is the We Love LEGOLAND cheat, which instantly beats whatever level I'm on, and it's pretty obvious why those don't count. With all that being said, I think now is a good time to get back into the gameplay. Remember when I gave this game the benefit of the doubt of the fact that it might have some substance as the levels went on? Turns out this game has zero substance. Granted, this was made for little tiny children, so I won't blame them per se, but I am stating a fact, and that means that I, a 17-year-old teenager, am not too entertained by this. And I mean, look here, you can see how long I was just AFK on my phone or something during this recording here. I was not into it. As a side effect of that too, I really don't have too much to say pertaining to LEGOLAND, because there just isn't much to say. That feels like major whiplash for me coming from Rock Raiders, and honestly, I forgot how much shorter and simpler these games were because of it. Remember, I took a long break before tackling Rock Raiders, so I guess I set my expectations way too high for these future titles. Not saying they're going to disappoint me, just that I was expecting a different type of experience than what I was going to receive. And I am referencing future titles too, because I looked at the lengths of long plays for every game for the rest of this video, and I could say even doubling the length of the long plays to compensate for the fact I'll be doing a first playthrough, none will be as long as Rock Raiders. In fact, the next closest game is 12 hours, whilst I forgot if I mentioned this, but Rock Raiders took 24 hours of footage. This alone has given me a pretty big boost of motivation, but let's get back on topic. Mission 2 is France and Belgium, and the goal here is literally just to make LEGOLAND, but only if half the plot of land for the first half of the mission. I'd also like to say that all of the city/country names corresponding to missions have absolutely no connection to the missions themselves whatsoever. Slightly annoying, but it's a kid's game, so who really cares? About halfway through the mission, the other half of the plot of land opens up, as well as Professor Voltage giving us the ability to use assets from a new theme, that being the castle theme. The buildings look nice, I guess, not really anything much to comment on or complain about. They have the exact same function as the normal theme, which I won't fault since that's to be expected, meaning the only real reason to put these down are because Mr. Bimble really likes it when there's variety in your attractions and decorations. I know this because in this mission, I had placed literally everything I thought I needed to place, but Jonathan didn't like how I hadn't removed a few pieces. See, the instruction before this was to remove all the western pieces in order to replace the castle's themed attractions, and I just wanted to see what would happen if I didn't follow directions since what he wanted me to do was stupid. I mean, I placed all this down and spent good money on those attractions, and now he wants me to tear it all down when I literally have space for both. So, turns out you must do everything Jonathan asks of you, because that's how you unlock all the pieces you need, which you get on almost every single instruction. Very annoying when you wait for Bimble for 10 minutes, realize you forgot to do something Jonathan said, so your decoration variety meter is barely not enough, then do that and wait another whole 10 minutes for Bimble to come back, which is exactly what happened not only here, but in a few other missions as well. I really think that's what made this a slog for me, the fact that I couldn't get Bimble to immediately come back and check the park whenever I wanted. I understand 10 minutes in between checks if you're still working on the park, for example, but I think if we both had that and a button for him to check on command, that would be a really nice quality of life change. Unironically would have been enough for me to get through this game in one sitting instead of 4. Next mission is Washington DC, and this is the shortest mission in the game, in which you have to build paths to attractions that have already been placed down, and that is literally it. I'm not joking, you just build paths for 2 minutes. The other missions take 10 minutes minimum, and this one takes 2. In New York, we build yet another LEGOLAND with next to no gimmick, except for the fact that it introduces a new building called the Energy Crystal Power Generator. This must be placed down next to energy crystals that are just sitting on our plot of land, the same energy crystals as the ones in Rock Raiders, all the way down to when you place down the building, a modified Rock Raiders cutscene plays of Professor Voltage teleporting in to knock out a rock monster and tell the raider that it wants the energy crystal, not him. This is the first mission where I was actually told to make a roller coaster, and you know, this will be fun except for the fact that the construction method for this is really unintuitive. You have to place them like railroads, and they'll take up every single square you put them on, and you can't go over any other attractions or even basic things like hedges or flowers, so you need to completely zone out a roller coaster all to itself. But that's a terrible idea since building a nice roller coaster doesn't provide any benefit and would take up way too much space considering the small plot of land. Thus, the meta for the roller coaster is to make it as close to the castle as possible, that way it has as little of a plot footprint as possible. After this, money has been lost under one of the attractions and we have to remove and replace rides until we find it. First of all, I'll have you know that for once I wanted to have fun with this game's ride system and made an extremely intricate log flume spanning nearly the whole park, a log flume basically being the water equivalent of a roller coaster construction wise. Next, it's honestly insane that I didn't get a vague area of where it was lost at least, and why do we care about a little money? Did all the ride's profits just get flushed underground? If so, it'd be pretty easy to figure out which one it is, wouldn't you think? The only way this makes sense is if a visitor lost their money, and if that's the case, why the fuck are we tearing up the entire park for probably $20? This isn't even a fun gameplay mechanic either. I'm literally erasing the entire park, then rebuilding it once I know there's no money under the rides I deleted. And then you have to make sure you know which rides you have and haven't erased, because obviously I want the park to still be running, otherwise we lose money and visitors. And that becomes a headache since I want to get this done quickly and not wait another 10 minutes for fucking Mr. Bimble to come over and evaluate me. I literally deleted both my log flume and coaster, and there was nothing in either of them, thus wasting a good 10 minutes of prior flume construction, only for the money to be under a cafe. A fucking cafe, not an attraction, a cafe. Someone probably wanted a coffee, dropped their money, the money went under the counter or some shit, and they whined enough for me to ruin the entire park. I hope you're happy, whoever you are. Yeah, easily the worst mission so far. It's like it was trying to annoy me. Crazy shit. Don't worry though, because now we have India. And in India, our space is even smaller than the last time we had to work with a small plot of land. This time, still get roughly half our plot, but it's in a strange layout because there's a huge chunk of land under maintenance right in the center. Woohoo. So I do what they say, make all my shit, get stuck on the instructions because I wanted to make a big log flume and the game wouldn't progress and it just kept telling me to build the log flume. Turns out they have to connect in order for it to be recognized as built, which probably makes sense to everyone else, but in my defense, there are a couple missions where it didn't have to connect fully, and it's constructed in such a way where it looks fine if it doesn't. It's fine though. We do that and finally the bridge is open for us to enter that middle area. Jonathan then tells me to build a coaster there, and I get stuck. Apparently, we weren't supposed to build a coaster to there, but a coaster inside of there. Bimble, for some reason, takes like a year to actually show up, but yeah, once he did, we passed, mid-level. In the Holland mission, aliens will randomly come by and teleport up certain sections of your park, sometimes practically the entire park. That's the only gimmick for this one, and this went on for 30 minutes. Oh, we also got the Adventurers theme, which was the Inca theme in the files, but they didn't name it that for some reason. That's literally it. I have nothing to say. No other objectives that annoyed me, none even worth mentioning. Same conditions from Bimble and everything. In London, it is really hot out, and this is one of the only two missions where the Adventurers theme uses Egyptian attractions instead of the Inca ones. It was so hot out in this mission that they decide to make one of the most tedious instructions in the game and force you to drag all your mechanics to the mechanic building so they don't overheat. I don't know either. Yes, the gardeners were out there too, and no, I didn't have to put them in, so for all I know, they could have died, and it was all because of fucking Jonathan Ablebody's fault. In Italy, I have to place down 4 attractions. I'm not joking, that's literally it. It took 2 minutes. In Sydney, it appears that Professor Voltage has broken the ride chamber, which has mixed up all the rides. This game has literally never told me what this so-called ride chamber is, but since it's mixed up all the rides, I would assume it's the menu from which we drag and drop all the attractions. Anyways, they make it this big dramatic thing where it's like, oh, this is a horrible situation, but you just have to make do with the problems. So we get to the level and yeah, there's no mix-ups going on. You just slowly unlock more and more attractions whenever you place down all the ones available to you. Meaning the most effective strategy is to spam everything down as fast as possible so you can unlock everything, and then worry about the park quota. This level was really annoying because fucking Bimble didn't like my park 3 times, meaning I had to wait 30 minutes. I hated every bit of it. Thankfully though, we are now on to the final level, Egypt. This is our big break where we make the absolute best Legoland possible for our final evaluation to be the best theme park maker in Legoland. And Professor Voltage has found a way to almost fuck it up. One of his machines broke again and it spawned a fucking dinosaur. Thankfully, in the actual level, this literally doesn't change anything except for the fact we have 4 dinosaur statues we have to put in a specific area. And, rather anticlimactically, that's the only real side task we have in this mission. There's no real distractions, rather just playing the game out as you would normally. I think it's kind of strange how LEGO has done this for 2 games in a row, since Rock Raider's final level wasn't hard at all either, while LEGO Racer's final race was pretty tough the first few times around. Not too sure what the design philosophy on that is, but whatever, probably some psychological power trip to show how advanced you are compared to when you started or something like that. Whatever it is, it just kind of comes off as boring, to be honest. Nevertheless, we finish the level, Jonathan dick rides us for a whole paragraph, and we get our final cutscene where Bimble grabs his duplicate array, shoots the dinosaur, clones it as a female dinosaur, they fall in love, and all is well in the world. I don't know either. This was made for kids. I'm sure I would have absolutely loved that if I was under the age of 10. After the cutscene finishes up, we are met with a certificate stating Best Legoland Park Manager, and then our profile name. I tried printing it out, but it didn't even attempt to work with me. At least LEGO Friends tried when I had to print something out there, and now I wasn't quite sure what to do, because to me, it just feels right and feels like part of the 100% to print out anything I can print out. Since it just wouldn't cooperate though, I exited the screen, and then I came to realize that after you get this certificate, there is literally no indication afterward of you beating the game. If you go back to the level select, you just get thrown back to the last level and have to replay it in order to get the certificate again. This was worrying and would have been incredibly annoying for me if not for the fact that luckily not only was the certificate in the game files, but at a much higher resolution than the game itself was rendering it at. Now the only issue was getting my name on there, but luckily after a short bit of searching, it turns out that for a very short amount of time LEGO used this very specific name font only for this game and a few other documents, at least to my knowledge. That being said, the rest was pretty easy, just put it all together in Photoshop and printed it out successfully. Just like that, this game is over, and thank God, because this was just a slog. I don't know, man. I think I can see how this might have been good for a younger crowd, but that being said, some of these missions had to have still been annoying even for kids at the time. Me personally, I would not want to be tearing apart my LEGOLAND one ride at a time, all because one dumbass lost their money under the cafe and forgot which building it was in LEGOLAND. Mid-game, to be honest, I'm actually surprised I had this much to say about it in the first place. Yup, you saw that right. This piece of shit came back from the dead only as a supposedly even worse PS1 game. Or so it seems. See, me personally, I have zero opinion on the game as of now, but according to literally everybody's opinion that I've heard, seen, and watched, the PS1 version is way worse. Now, I'm sure you all remember what the PC game is like. Good idea. Christ, the execution was almost like it was carefully designed to be as just barely off as possible. But the PS1 version, this version is completely different. See, during the beginning of development, this was supposed to be a port of the same point-and-click RTS the PC version is, but strangely, with about 6 months left of development time, the boss of LEGO Media decided that, quote, RTS games didn't work on console. The person who wrote this, David Upchurch, said that he suspected this was due to the, quote, lackluster performance of Command & Conquer. I don't know what the hell he's talking about or if it has any numbers to support this, as Command & Conquer was reviewed very well on the PS1 as well as other platforms. Whatever the reason though, this game had to be reworked into an action title. Obviously the devs said they didn't have the adequate development time for this, quote, and so the poison chalice was handed to me. So, Rock Raiders was to be completely revamped from the ground up in-house, I think. And that is why Rock Raiders PS1 is an action game where you choose to control one of 5 different Rock Raiders by themselves in missions, each with different abilities, almost solely based around finding ore, energy crystals, and rescuing other Rock Raiders. That last bit makes it sound pretty similar, but you get the point. However, oh boy, that is not where this story ends. So obviously, I do not like to go into these games unprepared, so I researched, trying to find as much as I could about the game, except for, you know, the gameplay itself. And what I found was utterly fascinating, something I had not ever seen before. The NTSC version, the one in North America, and the PAL version, the one for almost the whole rest of the world, mostly Europe, have completely different level layouts. Completely different, not even the same amount. The PAL version has more. And obviously I wondered, and I know you do too, why the fuck would the level design be different between the regions of release? Well, let me tell you. As I explained, the PS1 version only had around 6 months of development time in terms of the gameplay itself. But what if I told you it was even less than that in one specific case? I know. Basically, the game was pretty much quote-unquote finished, or as finished as it could be, considering it very much was not in a good state. Regardless, as LEGO Media wouldn't settle for a delay, they pressed forward and sent it to Sony Computer Entertainment America and Europe, or SCEA and SCEE. A little while later, they got responses back from both. SCEA had signed the game off, allowing it to release, but SCEE refused to release it until a multitude of fixes were made. Because of this, there was another 3 months or so that was spent rapidly patching the game up as much as possible in order to get the game out the door ASAP. Eventually, it did release on August 17th of 2000 though, strangely with the American release date left in obscurity, as there isn't a definitive date I can find besides a general 1999 window. Except, what if I told you there's a fatal error in this story? Yeah, this actually isn't too hard to comprehend, but when David Upchurch was recalling his experience working on Rock Raiders, somehow he mixed up the European and North American versions with each other. There's proof for this with various copyright dates, rejection letters, and such, but at this time, nothing has really been definitively compiled anywhere. While I would go out of my way to do so, I got this challenge to do, and I gotta get on it because it is currently May 30th, 2024, and I want to finish beating all these games for the first part by the end of summer break. Spoiler, it's June 28th, 2025. I didn't do that shit. To clarify, the European version was not the one that got delayed, contrary to what Upchurch said. Because he said this himself, and obviously the other various documents are much more obscure, most people get this fact incorrect. So let's say it together now, the European version was not delayed. And as such, that release date I stated was the North American release date, and I can't find an exact European release date online. Contrary to what you may think, this revamp of levels for the NTSC release actually did not make things any better for the game itself, and is widely regarded as being a much more boring level set compared to the PAL version. Obviously, LEGO couldn't do anything about it though, since they were playing in the hands of Sony, and Sony apparently wanted boring generic levels on top of a myriad of other things along with the theme of being more generic and standardized. Now, because they are completely different level sets, the question arises, what version am I going to play? And my response is, why not both? They aren't too long, fuck it, why not? I'm already going this in depth, it would be petty for me not to. Oh my god, this game is bad. Now remember, the PC version of Rock Raiders was bad because it didn't fucking function properly. The PS1 version of Rock Raiders is bad because it is so fucking boring, and its levels can only be beaten through complete memorization whilst always under a time constraint. It fucking sucks, and we're gonna get right into why. Alright, first we're gonna go over some minor things that I don't like. The loading times are really, really bad. Like a full minute is spent on them and it sucks. Thankfully, they did put slot puzzles in each loading screen on NTSC, but unthankfully, I am not good at slide puzzles. I tried one and it took me 21 minutes. And the Rock Raider graphic kinda sucks. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm aware this is on the PS1. I'm just saying that maybe this Rock Raider could have been more than a few pixels. And speaking of pixels, wow, this game renders weird. It's not 16:9, obviously, otherwise it would fill your whole screen, but it's not 4:3 either. It's this weird in between, being a nice 384:256 aspect ratio, or 3:2. And I've never seen another PS1 game be rendered like this. Anyways, I couldn't fit those anywhere in the script, so now we'll get to the main reasons this game is ass. Reason 1. Look here, listen very closely. I 100%ed LEGO Rock Raiders on PC. Do you know how taxing that is on the mind? Because it's bad. And you know who kept me sane the entire time? The entire playthrough, he was right by my side, and I could always depend on him no matter what time it was, no matter what was going on, literally anywhere and during any time. And that is Chief. Chief. He's like a grandpa to me. He would always have that motivational, wise tone in his voice, and it really gave me that boost I needed to stay engaged in the game. Not only was he giving me descriptions for each mission I was getting myself into, but he would stay there during the whole mission, making sure I was on the right track and doing what I needed in order to succeed. Yeah, there are no voice lines in the PS1 version of LEGO Rock Raiders. Yeah, I said it. Chief is mute. Everyone in the game is mute. Nobody talks. It is horrible, and it just makes the game feel so lonely, man. I'm going into this voiceless endeavor for hours upon hours straight, with the only voices coming from the same 40-song playlist I've been looping the entire time of fucking Soulja Boy and Chief Keef. Why did I write that in? Chief Keef and Soulja Boy were not on the playlist. Okay, anyways. And it just feels like I'm in a time loop of doing the same thing because the levels all just feel the same, man. Not only does nobody, not even Chief, have voice lines though, but for some reason on the NTSC version, they just removed any personality he had in the text mission previews. He feels so incredibly flat now, just giving general orders and nothing else. I hate it. I feel lonely. I want Chief back. I need Chief back. I want a Chief mod, please. I already mentioned it a few sentences ago, but oh my god. These levels literally all feel the same. I don't know what it was, but it was just like there were only 3 types of missions the entire time I played. And that's either that there was a place with a lot of energy crystals that I had to get to,
a crewmate was stuck in the mines and I had to save them while getting energy crystals. Or, oh god, this place has a lot of lava. Pretty scary, man. Now go get more crystals. And that was it. And honestly, that could have been okay. It would have still been repetitive, but there would have still been ways to at least make some levels memorable. Now, let me show you the execution. Here's 2 pieces of footage from different levels. The level on the left is Fire Canyon. The level on the right is Fire Down Below. Side note, I found no puns in these titles, which is sad because while the puns were always shit in the PC version, I liked having Chief yell
Awesome!
every now and then when my cursor accidentally rested on it. Anyways, the gameplay. Focus on the gameplay. I'll give you 15 seconds to pay attention. Alright, wonderful. Think you see any distinctive differences? Doesn't matter, I can't hear you. But now, to the question which you needed to pay attention for. What level is this gameplay from? Is it from Fire Canyon or Fire Down Below? I'll give you 10 seconds. It was Trouble Down the Mine. But I bet you didn't think, well this doesn't fit either level, did you? Because they were so similar. If I gave you Polar Peak and Frosty Flights from Fortnite, said which POI is this, and then I showed you Happy Hamlet, you wouldn't think, it could be Frosty Flights, but I'm not sure. You'd think, well this guy's bullshitting me. Even if you had never seen these POIs before, and even though they're all in the same biome, just like how this set of 3 levels are all in lava-like areas. That is the only defining feature to these levels, because besides that, I have zero way of telling you off the top of my head what any of these objectives were, or anything interesting that happened in any of them. Oh, by the way, for the entire level selection in this game, there are either only these levels, cold biome levels, or normal ones, which I'm pretty sure only existed in the beginning missions. There is no variety really. I don't remember any missions that maybe have had a lava and a cold biome bit, none of that. But the biomes themselves don't even inherently limit them from making a good level layout. At the end of the day, it's just a bad layout. It became a thing of where every single time I would go to play a new level, it wouldn't matter if I wasn't prepared. I would hop in the vehicle closest to me, and I would go to the first drillable wall. I would drill the wall. Wow, look, some ore, or maybe a pathway. I would go drill the other wall that might have been next to that drillable wall. Wow, look, some ore and a dead end. Nice. I'll continue going down the path I made, and wow, a vehicle spawning station. I'll check the station, and wow, I need 4 to 6 ore to make this vehicle. So I go one direction. I break the wall. I go down the path. I get the ore. I come back. Sometimes though, you can't get the ore energy crystal because you need a different vehicle, sometimes only for that one wall and nothing else. And then here's where I personally got super fucked over, and that's what fucking direction I'm supposed to backtrack in once I have the vehicle. It doesn't happen super often in the beginning, but towards the end I felt the backtracking trope hard in these missions, and it wasn't fun a single time, because every part of this damn level looks the same. So how the fuck am I supposed to know where I have to go back? Not to mention the radar at the top left is absolute shit compared to the PC version, and even the PC version was absolute shit. Not to mention how zoomed in the camera is by default, making it so fucking annoying to go anywhere. I found myself spamming the geoscanner without even thinking about it because it zooms you out just a bit more to see around you and tells you how durable certain walls around you are. I ended up using this throughout like a quarter of my playthrough straight because that really was the only way I found myself making progress. Sure, there's different textures for the walls and their durability, but look, are you going to be observing every single wall texture for something you can break? Fuck no, you'll use the geoscanner, even if you aren't already for the extra visibility. The visibility issue could have been fixed in a plethora of different ways, and not all of them even have to include zooming out the main camera. I understand that the Rock Raider itself doesn't have that much pixel real estate to work with in the first place, so it's kind of hard to just zoom out further, but that doesn't change the fact we could have a mini-map instead of a radar, or even a radar that's just much more similar to Rock Raider's PC, that would have made things so much more enjoyable alone, just because I would know where the hell to backtrack to. I hate backtracking 9 out of 10 times in the games as a whole, and hate it every single time in Rock Raider's PS1. But this is the only real way I can think of myself not only actually doing it without feeling a wave of exhaustion every time, but not feel disoriented every single time as well. I will give a minor shout out to the 15th level, the Lair of Rockwell though. That one actually wasn't bad. You gotta try and maneuver your way between the paths of these constantly charging rock whales, as well as leading them with your sound blaster thing. Because they like sound, and when water's in the way of their path, they jump into the water and become a platform for you to go over.
This level is admittedly pretty neat. However, if I hadn't read the manual beforehand, I don't think there's literally anything hinting towards it using your sound beam to attract them. Okay, back to complaining. God, the most frustrating thing though, on top of the fact these level layouts are horrible, is the fact that to get to the highest medal, the gold, you are always under a time limit. Sometimes stricter than others, but no matter what, once I got to the end, I was getting so pissed off because I was just getting so stressed from the timer. Like, you couldn't have just stuck to getting the collectibles. I'm fucking suffering trying to get these, and you had the audacity to tell me to memorize the entire level and train until I could finish it in a desirable time. Fuck them for that. I really don't have much else to say, just that that was stupid to implement and is causing me pain and stress where there should not have been any. It's really frustrating, to be honest, because while I've spent so much time on this game, there's barely anything I can actually say because it just was not memorable in any way. Every level is a labyrinth with one of 3 objectives and one of 3 different styles of cave. They get harder as you go along because you have to get more crystals under stricter time limits. That's really it. They didn't actually introduce any mechanics as the game went on, except for this feature where you have to lift up a storage container, drop it in water to fill it with water, and then drop it in lava to make a floor platform. That isn't even a good mechanic though, because the vehicle you grab onto it with is so sluggish, it is not fun. It is not fun, it is not quick, it is, dare I say, bad. It is a bad experience having to spend a full minute taking a storage container to a lake of water, dunk it, go back in the lava where you were already at just to drop it, and then do that 3 more times. That is not fun. That is not fun. And so yes, I will admit, I used a walkthrough for this game. I did play and complete it all myself, but I did use a walkthrough to help because Jesus Christ, man. It was getting to the point that I knew it was pointless to try and just went to the walkthrough without even attempting the level. You know, I could spend hours trying to memorize every level layout, and on multiple other occasions I would, but this scenario is just different, and walkthroughs were never disallowed in the rules, to be fair. I really don't care if that upsets some of you, because I really did try. I got all the way to Mission 12 on Rock Raiders PS1 NTSC before it was just too much for me. And as I really have nothing to say, let's just roll the second montage of me beating Rock Raiders. Now, to be fair, all this complaining was focused towards the NTSC version of the game, as I haven't yet played the PAL version at the time of writing this. Hopefully there will be some positive differences, but I don't know if I should get my hopes up considering this technically had less development time than the other. So we know there are a ton of differences between the North American and European versions of Rock Raiders PS1, but for the sake of not putting you through that laundry list of things you don't care about, I'll just shout out Ringtail for their walkthrough video of Rock Raiders NTSC, not only because it's a very high quality 100% guide, but also because in the pinned comment they list all the differences they could find between the NTSC and PAL versions. So instead of telling you all, I'm gonna flash that comment on screen for a second. Pause if you want to read it. Okay, cool, back to the gameplay. I can't lie, I'm not sure if these missions are good, but they are a hell of a lot better than the North American missions for one simple reason, and that's because they just made the levels more open. It doesn't feel nearly as claustrophobic to play in, and definitely made me suffer a little less playing this title. Speaking of suffering less, the PAL version actually has proper level requirements that aren't pure copy-paste of the same one every time slightly adjusted for different levels. It's almost like they were smart about things and made some okay level layouts for something. Wow, I never thought that was possible. There aren't even time requirements in a good chunk of these levels, meaning I can take time to actually enjoy the game. This is revolutionary. So why did Sony tell them to remove every single one of these missions in the North American version? The world may never know. I'd also like to mention that a nice side effect of the fact these levels are much more open is that it doesn't feel like I'm painstakingly backtracking half the time I'm playing. In the NTSC version, as I'm sure you've seen, you basically have to go through a maze path just to get back to a single breakable wall that I mean good fucking luck finding and remembering. In PAL, these don't feel like paths, they feel like actual areas or extensions of a main area. I guess kind of like how the Rock Raiders PC version had their levels laid out, kind of. Except for the one literally called The Maze, it's almost like it was foreshadowing. What's different though is that even though it's a level layout I've already complained about, because we've had so many more open levels that instead of perceiving this as bad, it feels like a change of pace, and it's turned into a positive because it changes how you're normally thinking about going into these missions. It's really hard to describe and I don't know exactly how to word it, but I hope the gameplay is doing it justice. With this being said though, I still don't think these things are nearly enough to save Rock Raiders PS1 and have it be viewed as a good or polished game. I can't lie, these beginning games of the series are just depressing with how boring some of them are, and I just keep taking breaks. Midway through the PAL version's levels, I took a 3-week break because I didn't find it entertaining in the slightest. Honestly though, besides the fact that the missions are a tad more enjoyable and the requirements are actually reasonable, I don't have too much to comment on that I haven't already said earlier in the segment. At the end of the day, it's just a less modified version of the same game. So let's move on to the 2-player missions, both on NTSC and PAL. So, as you would honestly expect if you think about it, it was very hard to find someone willing to play the 2-player levels in the worst LEGO game of all time with me. Eventually though, after about 4 or 5 days of begging people, shout out to my day 1 Trey for pulling through and suffering with me. At least that's what I would have said if it weren't for a bit of a realization. Now shout out to Trey still because he did spend multiple hours with me as I figured this out, but when we started playing these levels, I noticed something during the 3rd level on NTSC, Web of Fire. Now this I honestly impressed myself with because while playing I had some major deja vu. And I knew exactly what was going on, which is crazy considering I took almost exactly a year break between doing the 1-player and 2-player levels. I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but I knew I had played this level before. And then it happened again. And again. I thought I was going insane, I thought maybe I'd already played 2-player before, and then out of desperation I checked the walkthroughs. The names seemed different, but I knew something was up, so I went to the PAL walkthrough, and that was when I realized. These chapters have 2P next to some of the 2-player levels. That's when everything clicked. These, I'm not joking, are the exact same levels with the exception of like 4. And here's where I felt like I hit a wall. In case you didn't already figure out, I hate this game. This is the worst game I've ever played, undoubtedly. While some games may objectively be worse, they at least go into the funny bad category. This is boring bad. This is bad. And now I basically have to play the game all over again? And here's the best part, having 2 players is actually a nerf compared to 1 player, at least on NTSC when I played. When playing 2-player, you can't zoom out with X-ray, your camera is zoomed in slightly further, the camera does not revolve depending on the direction of your Rock Raider since there's 2 of them, and to top it all off, you don't need a second player for all but like 4 of these missions. This means not only is this basically select levels with 2 players shoved in on NTSC, and the whole damn campaign with 2 players shoved in on PAL, but it is harder this way. Let me repeat that. It's the same game. Same game. Just 1 more player. Same game. Would you guys hate me if I skip 2-player? Okay, hear me out. Same game. Worst game ever. I already 100%ed it. 2 of the 4 quote-unquote new levels are just little vehicle races. You can't even 100% 1-player and 2-player in the same session. You have to start a new game if you want to play 2-player. This is like 100%ing LEGO LOCO if it meant doing the full 9-player LAN multiplayer, or if 100%ing LEGO Chess meant doing a network game. This is like if 100%ing LEGO Island meant doing all the activities as every character, but there's no score cube and you have to restart the game every time you want to swap characters. This would later be known as alternative methods to 100%ing the game. Through some very careful consideration, it was determined through speaking with some people who helped get my head on straight that if you really think about it, I still 100% of the game. The only thing that 2-player is adding is 100%ing the game again. And that's not required. I don't need to 100% every game in every single possible combination of ways. I don't need to experience absolutely every corner of every single game if some activities don't contribute to the 100%, like a LEGO Chess netplay game. The goal of this project was to 100% every LEGO game. Thus, when 100%ing, I only need to do it once. That means I'm not doing 2-player for Rock Raiders PS1 since I already 100%ed the game once. And doing that would just mean 100%ing it twice. I hope you understand. And to be fair, it's my fucking video. I already explained myself. And if you don't like it, then go play LEGO Rock Raiders on PS1 yourself and come back to me. 'Cause Jesus Christ. So I would just like to say that the footage you are looking at right now is probably either somebody else's footage of preschool, my footage looking like utter shit, or my footage in good quality. This is because when I was recording my playthrough of My Style Preschool, my dumbass forgot to switch to 640 by 480 in OBS, so when I checked back at the file, it ended up looking like this. Yeah,
With all due respect, I did not want to sit through another 2 hours of preschool minigames for a game I already 100%, so I hope you can forgive me for this one. Let's look on the bright side though. I did 100% the game. You heard that right. This game has a 100% condition, which we will get to. Actually, I just realized that also makes it the first game to be 100%able, but not beatable. So, some explanation taken straight from the manual because the game itself gives no explanation of what's going on. I don't really expect it to, considering most toddlers can barely read, but for us intellectuals, I believe some of this needs to be elaborated on. So, like most LEGO games, we have a profile system where you type in your name and it'll save your progress and all that. Fun fact, I never saw a save button while playing this because there was actually auto-saving, and I believe this is the first LEGO game to feature auto-saving. Anyways, putting in our profile and we are thrown into this screen. This is our hub, where we explore by either putting our cursor on the left or right side of the screen, and it will automatically pan in the direction the cursor is in. There are 4 locations, and as you may have observed, the same 5 animals at these locations, and that is for a very good reason. Each of the animals actually feature different learning styles, and the idea is that the child will choose the animal that they can learn best with. Buck the horse tends to those who like to touch and fiddle with things.
Click on me, click on me, click on me, click on me.
Looky the monkey likes shapes and painting. Gee Howdy Cheers the giraffe likes word choice. And Digit the elephant likes numbers. What amazing names those are. But basically, these 5 animals all represent different learning styles, and each of them will have a different minigame based on the core activity that the location provides. As you can see, these 4 icons are put up in between each location and are meant to be clicked on to put you in different locations, meaning that each one illustrates a core trait. Say for example, the second icon is a music note. That means that all the activities are going to be music based, but depending on the animal you choose, the minigame will change to include something like counting how many notes are played, or matching colored notes with colored chickens. Okay, some of them don't make sense, but it's okay, it's only toddlers playing. The point is, in my opinion at least, I think it was a super innovative take on children's edutainment, and an approach I haven't really heard of before. Granted, edutainment games for toddlers are not my passion in life, but still. Alright, now let's talk presentation. First off, the voice work for each animal. I'll be honest, I only like Sing Sing, and I'm fine with Gee Howdy Cheers. The rest of them I hate. I don't hate them because they're bad, they just remind me of why I hate being around most children. Looky the fucking monkey has got to be neurodivergent because there's just no way this is normal.
Hey, you don't happen to have a banana on you, do you? Oh well. Hey, to play a game, just click on me. That tickles! That tickles!
Buck is just too energetic for my own liking.
Oh, I'd like some hay right about now. But since I don't see any, why don't you click on me and we'll play a game?
Digit is fine but gets annoying after anything more than like 3 sentences.
Click on me. Did you hear that? There was a little voice saying, click on me. It sounded a lot like me, so I must have said it.
Gee Howdy Cheers has the worst fucking name possibly in LEGO game history, but her voice is fine, it's passable.
I'm pleased to welcome you to this house in the sky. Normally when I wish to see the leaves of a tree a little closer, I just stretch my neck.
And Sing Sing is great, she's cheery and she gives me hope in the millennial generation.
I think my voice is a little too low. I thought if I sat way up in a tree, my voice would be higher.
Now, can't lie, these voices were a factor in why I didn't want to re-record another 100% playthrough of this game. Because it's one thing to not like them, but it's another thing to not like them in a game where they do not shut up.
Perhaps these buckets have been left to allow us to do some painting. Hey, let's paint all the H's blue. You did it! Help me paint all the P's purple. That's right! Help me paint all the M's green. Correct! Paint the Z's green.
It doesn't stop there though. After you've successfully done a minigame a few times, you'll get this brick as a reward. Now it doesn't give you shit the first couple times you do the minigame, but when you go back to the same minigame, the number of whatever thing you're doing goes up to like 5 instead of 3, be it counting beats, matching colors, putting chickens on the right nest. It's always a numeric objective, and it always increases the first 2 or 3 times you come back to it. Eventually it'll cap out with a max of 8 to 10, and when you finish that, you'll actually get something for your efforts. What that thing is a piece of shit that serves absolutely no purpose besides just being a collectible and giving a kid more reason to complete all the minigames. And that's okay, because remember, kids are stupid. In terms of items, you got this spinny thing, a doll, this stupid Duplo chicken which I probably love more than I should, a paintbrush, a UFO, a tricycle, a toy car, a paddle ball, a pogo stick, and whatever this is. It's like the thing SpongeBob had in that one episode where he tries to show Patrick he's a grown-up now and smokes his pipe with bubbles blowing out. You know what I'm talking about. Now, while these are all pieces of shit, they aren't useless pieces of shit, because if you click one, look where it takes us. What the fuck am I looking at? Yeah, the devs just decided to shit out a fever dream to fuck around in with the objects, I guess. I really have no clue why this is here. The toys you get from the minigames barely even interact with the environment. I would get the exact same functionality out of a normal mouse cursor. The only real interesting thing, I guess, was that with the paintbrush, you could paint the chickens a different color. That was neat, I guess. But yeah, it's a whole bunch of random bullshit in here, and I know for a fact kids either just spam clicked for like 40 seconds straight and then never again, or this was the funniest shit to them and they kept clicking something like the chickens for hours. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, because they're really useless, but also the mascots of the My Style series, here's Clicky and Bricky. They are kids who need help learning things, and the kid who's playing the game is supposed to teach them. Clicky and Bricky only come out once all the activities in a specific location have been completed, and the idea is that if somebody is able to teach someone else another skill that they have learned, then that is proof of proficiency in that skill. That being said, you gain literally nothing from helping Clicky and Bricky, and in one case, I actually got stuck in an infinite loop of completing things for them, with no escape besides killing the game itself. Thank God for autosave. And yeah, that is LEGO My Style Preschool, a game with pretty much nothing to talk about, yet I still managed to go on for too long. Now, I believe My Style Kindergarten shouldn't be too much different from preschool, so hopefully we can move on from that pretty quickly and get back to our next real game. Alright, so, LEGO My Style Kindergarten. Fundamentally, this game is a complete and utter copy-paste from My Style Preschool, even down to the manual, in which it literally is a copy-paste. These paragraphs here are pretty much identical. The only differences there are obviously different characters, different locations, different minigames, and different toys for the toy area. And, well, I had to play the European release for this one. Now, to put it simply, I didn't intend to play the European version initially, but when looking around for a download of My Style Kindergarten online, every site had the same ISO file, and this ISO just did not work. I don't know what was up with it, but files were missing. Some files like the FMVs didn't have proper sizes, so they were just stuck at 0 bytes. And because of this, the installer didn't actually work. It opened and I could look at it, but just none of the buttons would work. Now, I didn't know that the files were missing in the beginning. In the beginning, I was simply playing directly off the mounted ISO, not trying to install the game because I figured it runs, it must work perfectly fine. But after multiple bugs, such as the play area not having music and my game saves just not autosaving, I figured something was up, and I was correct. So then I started looking around and realized the same ISO had been floating all across the internet, the same one. So how did I end up on the European version? Well, this only came because my genius ass thought, if My Style Kindergarten downloads online all have the same download, at the very least there better be a separate download for LEGO My World School Skills, that being the European titling of the same game. From my knowledge, it was a completely identical game, just with a different title scheme. So I go searching, I find this My Style Kindergarten installer that I tried out that looked very sketchy. Don't worry, my PC didn't get infected, but the installer didn't end up working, so maybe it did, I don't know, I don't care. Went back to researching, and eventually found a bin and queue file for school skills. I then found a download of Power ISO, used it to convert the bin file into an ISO, mounted the ISO, and voila! That was when I realized, holy shit, there's a lot more folders in here than in the other disk. So obviously, since not only do I not own a copy of My Style Kindergarten, and I don't actually have a disk reader for my PC, I was forced to play the European version. But that was okay, because after all, it's the same game, right?
Okay. Click on your name to start the game.
Or, if you don't see your name...
What the fuck?
Use the keyboard to type it in.
What the fuck? Those aren't Click on your name to start the game.
No. Or, if you don't see your name, use the keyboard to type it in.
Children don't sound like that. Oh no, I'm scared now.
Yeah, I didn't account for that.
So the European version not only have completely different voice actors, obviously being British, but they're also all adults, not children. Only Christ himself knows why it was decided to have them all be adults, but holy shit, I hated every bit of it. It wasn't just the voice actors I hated though, it was the voice lines too.
If I were a caveman, I'd be at home now.
A lot of people think I'm clever. But if I'm so clever, how come I can't find the entrance to the cave? Click on me and we'll find it together.
What cave?
Hello, I'm Michelle Angelo, and I'll help bring out the artist in you. Here's a riddle. How many buckets of paint does it take to paint a dinosaur? Just one. You don't get a chance to need a second one.
I hate this.
Hello there, I'm Mike Graphone. I like to make music. Yeah!
Let's just get it over with. I don't know who the fuck thought these were good enough to put in the game, but I want to personally have a conversation with them and ridicule their thought process for thinking this was okay for even a second. Holy shit. And their names too? Fucking Mike Graphone? You thought that was good enough? You thought that was worthy of putting out into this world? Fucking Michelle Angelo? Maddie Maddox? This has to be some generational thing. I have to just be misunderstanding. Was this funny at the time? Did you kids find this comedic? Did the parents find this comedic? Please, viewers, tell me in the comments because I don't understand. Why did they do this? Why did they change it like this? Okay, past that though. I do not want to bore you with going over these individual minigames. They are literally just basic click the object things for almost all of them, and that is all you need to know. I refuse to critique these minigames and have an in-depth analysis on a kindergarten edutainment game from the year 2000. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. I went through every single minigame in 2 edutainment titles back to back. I'm going insane. I just want to play something entertaining. I need a detox, please. Oh, also, speaking of which, you don't actually need to play all the minigames in order to 100% the game. You only need to do about half of them in order to get all the play area objects, but I'm insane, okay? I don't know why I went through it, but I did, okay? I did them all. It took hours. I hated it. But guess what? It's over with. The section is over with. I just want to get to the next game, so that's what we're gonna do, okay? Okay. LEGO Alpha Team is a video game that was designed from the ground up as a video game and was given 2 years of development time. I know, I'm as excited as you all are because these fucking base level requirements seem to be in total scarcity in the early days of LEGO games. That being said, you know it's not that simple. LEGO Logic was the original name for Alpha Team and was the name for 1.5 years of its development. Originally, it was themed completely differently. Instead of its spy theming, it was an incredibly surreal theming spanning a very large variety of different characters, all under the title of TILT, or Trans-International LEGO Team. The idea initially was to freely mix and match themes, creating a whole mishmash of people trying to prevent the evil antagonist Ogle from taking over the world. A ways into full production, LEGO Media flew lead game designer Tom Mott and their accompanying senior producer to their offices in London to present their progress. And in the words of Tom, they hated it. They didn't approve of this mix and match style as it just didn't make sense with how they were trying to market themes at the time. There were just too many pieces from too many themes of too many different target demographics, and it just didn't make sense to the higher-ups. In response to this, they were told to completely throw out the idea, besides core gameplay elements, and retheme it to be a Mission Impossible styled spy theme, keeping it very blue and black targeted towards boys. And thus, through an incredibly rushed 6-ish months of a complete visual rebrand, we have LEGO Alpha Team on the PC. So yeah, they did get 2 years of development, granted 75% of it was almost completely useless. So technically, we are still yet to be out of the drought of properly developed LEGO titles. Fun. Yes, LEGOLAND was properly developed, but I mean, come on, that game just wasn't very fun and was very obviously a copy of Roller Coaster Tycoon. That one barely counts. Let's try not to get discouraged though, because while it was rushed, this game is held in much higher regards than something the likes of Rock Raiders PS1, although anything is. That being said, that isn't saying much considering while Rock Raiders PS1 is possibly the worst game LEGO has ever put out, LEGO Alpha Team simply isn't talked about, as if it never existed, which is strange considering it was actually the birthing of the Alpha Team theme. When I came into this game originally, at first I thought it was a tie-in to a pre-existing LEGO theme, which is pretty understandable to assume, but no, this was released many months before the actual sets were put on store shelves. Digital Domain really did essentially create their own LEGO theme from the ground up, and I think that's quite neat. So, depending on the characters that you have in the missions, you will have these different types of tiles and equipment to use in said missions. You have to save these characters from the evil Ogle, who have all been trapped trying to foil his plans, and each of them have a different specialization. This is Dash, and he's the character we start with in game. He's the leader of the Alpha Team and is the motion expert, meaning he has all these items. As we play through the levels, we will eventually free the other experts from their weird little jail cells, and then unlock the possibility at having them feature in future levels. These other characters include Crunch, the demolition expert, with these items. Radia, the laser expert, with these items. Charge, the electrical expert. Cam, the motor expert. And finally Flex, the ropes expert. Why the hell do they need an expert for ropes? I have no clue. When you unlock specific Alpha Team members, and if they are chosen to appear in your level, you will have items that work to their strengths randomly placed around the level. Not sure how that works in a canonical sense, but this is a LEGO video game with a rush development time. I'm sure they weren't thinking too far ahead. What happens when you press this big green button is your character runs forward and then is completely dependent on these items in order to direct them towards the goal, which you gotta tap at least once in order to finish the level. I don't know exactly what this subgenre of puzzle games is called, but it's similar to Choo Choo Rocket or Star Wars Pit Droids, or I guess Lemmings 2 if you want a 2D perspective on it. And yeah, that's about as complicated as it gets. Now, setup done, a crash course given on its development, and a quick read through of its manual, I think we're ready to actually get to the gameplay. And yeah, I don't like this game. This is a bit of a unique case considering I don't ever play puzzle games and I suck at them. So just because I don't like it doesn't mean that it's bad. In fact, this game was remembered as being pretty good. Doesn't change that I just don't fucking like it. The level philosophy is pretty annoying in my opinion, maybe because I'm bad, but every time I saw the solution I was like, oh bullshit, how was I supposed to know that? Here, let me find some examples. The third level in the game, the hidden hop. Well, shit, no wonder I didn't get this one. So I was going to complain about how the entire premise of the solution for this level is the fact that there are 3 paths here, and the intended solution was that you have to hop from one path to the other in order to save on usage of direction pads. Guess that one was my bad though, because I didn't know it was in the title. Thankfully, I only spent a full 5 minutes stuck on this one because of my negligence of the, honestly genius, hint button. For each level, you get a predetermined amount of hints that you can use at no cost to you. This works by selecting an item and pressing the hint button, and that will move the item in the position in relation to the developer's intended solution. Now, I only had to use it once or twice here, but I have no shame in saying that there were a few levels that we'll touch on where I spammed all of those hints. It's funny because for some of these levels the hint count feels pretty excessive, but then again I'm spamming all of them because of how stupid I am in others, so maybe things are just clicking for me in those levels where it feels excessive. That's just how my mind works sometimes, I guess. Next attempt at an example of how bad level design is though, we have the Which Way Warehouse. Now this one actually took ridiculously long because
Move the yellow stairs to help Dash climb that big old pile of boxes to get to the plunger lock. Avoid the guard.
I think I'm noticing a pattern of why I had a bad impression on this game. Yeah, so I may or may not have not paid attention to the instructions for this one either, and I may or may not have... I spent 5.5 minutes stuck in the very first thing you had to do because I didn't realize you could move the stairs. Even though they are very clearly yellow compared to the very clearly black stairs, just like the yellow direction pads, and even though my cursor would change to a grab icon anytime I hovered over them, I even clicked on TV forgetting what he did, and TV repeats the objective information back to you when you click on him. And I just somehow still did not listen to the first words he said before clicking off. This isn't scripted, by the way. I legitimately had a paragraph written about how I didn't like the level design, and I'm looking back at the recording, and this is what I'm seeing. This is not a joke. This is really me failing to comply with basic instructions in a puzzle game made for children. Do you see why I'm not good at puzzle games? I just cannot consume information that well, can I? Next level. The
Triple jump. Okay, I was going to say I felt like a genius completing this one, but it seems yet again, if I used basic reading comprehension skills, I would have been able to figure this one out much quicker than I did. To my credit though, no hints were used this time. That was all me. That was me. That was me. That was all me. Now, despite my obvious stupidity, I do still believe a good chunk of what I originally wrote is still applicable, so here's some levels I still believe are quite dumb. Yeehaw Seesaws is a stupid one, which matches its stupid name. This is the level where seesaws get introduced to the mix, in which there is a ball or your other character or nothing on the other side. When your character jumps on the seesaw flings the object on the other side, but somehow defies physics and chooses to be flung forward instead of back behind the character like how a seesaw is supposed to work. That aside though, I want to know what's in these balls because this just feels way too sluggish to be normal. So, keeping this in mind, towards the end where I have to touch the end of the level with something, my character goes on a seesaw with a ball positioned to be flung against this pile of boxes. Remember, this is a sluggish ball that doesn't go up very high, so I'm not expecting anything to come from this. I'm expecting this ball to hit my character in the face and I'll have to restart. The only reason I'm still following through with this attempt is because I legitimately don't see any other tiles that I can move around in order to get around this pillar of boxes. So, I jump on the seesaw, and what do you know? Literally pixels above those boxes throughout the entire arc. That's just fucking stupid. Like literally, if they just made that box stack 2 boxes high instead of 4, that would have not only been so much more plausible, but there might have been a chance for me to use my critical thinking and actually figure that out. Other stupid ones include seesaw double cross, where I kept moving my seesaws in increments of 1 stud so that this ball wouldn't bounce back off an object and hit my character in the face so he can keep moving forward. Fill in the blanks where I have to have these pads here so that when Crunch's explodey vehicle explodes, he can touch the first button, run backward automatically, get turned around by these panels, and then hit the second button as well. Had no clue you could do that, but I guess that's just me being a bit salty from them not telling me the very specific piece of information that when you hit a target, your character will automatically keep running the opposite direction afterward. Where I can't be salty though, is the visuals. I would argue that this game has more creativity in its presentation than Rock Raiders, maybe even LEGO Racers, and it all starts with that intro cinematic. With LEGO Racers, the intro cinematic was pretty good, I'll give them that. But I feel like it didn't do the best job showing off the game itself, most of the characters, or the power-ups all that much. And that's okay, because it doesn't look like that's what they were going for. It seems they were much more on the side of making it look cool and fast-paced, and in that department it certainly does well. Cuts are made very frequently, vehicles are definitely given the illusion of moving super quickly, and sells the extremely intense feeling of a race. And when they did show a power-up in the cutscene, it was the green brick, the one that makes you go faster. Honestly, now that I'm saying it out loud, I really wish they did some kind of slow cut like in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, where Sonic's racing through the ball. What the fuck am I talking? Shut the fuck up. It's this shot. Now, I'm obviously not saying LEGO Racers should have copied that shot for shot, but the idea of having a racer who's had a few rough turns and fallen back in the race, only to use their warp, maybe spend a few seconds having them look around inside the warp and taking in the crazy shit around them, only to appear right back in 3rd place or something, and then passing the other 2 racers down up on top, that would have been fucking sick. Anyways, I'm rambling. The point I'm trying to make though is that while the cutscene itself was cool, I feel like it didn't really sell the game itself, more so the premise of a LEGO racing game. We compare that to LEGO Alpha Team though, and while it didn't quite sell the gameplay, it showed the characters, it showed who the antagonist was, it showed what happened to the other characters, it showed what our mission was and why we wanted to beat this game, and it got us hyped up to start. We see Dash looking at that monitor screen, everyone's icon turning to question marks, and a grunt of confusion. We realize all of them have been jailed, and it looks like Dash has to free them himself. This literally in the first like 5 seconds establishes a main character, establishes supporting characters, establishes a conflict, and we know exactly who to root for. That is wonderful. The monitor transitions to showing Dash's destination on a plane, and then we cut to him scouting out the area. He finds a point of infiltration and sneaks in. As he gracefully moves around the area, not alerting any of Ogle's minions, this reinforces the spy theme that was trying to be portrayed with the game's theming as a whole. As he runs towards the vent, you can even see him going up towards some yellow stairs, that being one of the movable pieces in the missions. He peers through a keyhole, and we see one of those zombie guys guarding Cam. jailed up in the same jail cell thing that we have in the missions. Now obviously this isn't exactly how the levels themselves go, but you can also tell that this is an excellent way of portraying elements of many things you'll pick up on in the game itself, while still being dramatized and exciting enough to get you hyped up to play. Now, up until this point, we still don't know of an Ogle, that is until Cam gets freed by Dash and a speech bubble appears with his silhouette. They find Ogle, only for them to be trapped, realize that Ogle was leading them on, teasing them even, and he teleports away, having Dash and Cam forced to come up with the plan to get back to him. To top off that wonderful cutscene, something that I feel like would most definitely go unnoticed is the fact that in a game like LEGO Racers, after the cutscene they just go to the main menu, which honestly is kind of underwhelming. We just don't notice it because quite frankly we're pretty accustomed to it. In LEGO Alpha Team though, we're put straight into a click to start screen that shows samples of actual gameplay, similar to how older games like the first Mario or Sonic would have sample runs that were designed to be played out if you were idle at the main menu for too long. And not to mention that crazy good main menu theme. Like yeah, Racer's theme was silly and upbeat, but this is serious and matches that spy theme in a determined tone perfectly. Now, credit where credit is due, we should give an honorable mention to the Rock Raiders intro movie, because that does a wonderful job of briefing you on the plot of Rock Raiders and all that's going on. That cutscene also has a different take from either of the other two cutscenes, in that one was pretty much solely story based. That being said, I don't necessarily feel like Rock Raiders encapsulates the LEGO spirit as well as Racers or Alpha Team does, just because those games don't necessarily feel like they embrace the fact that they're LEGO as much as those other two. Sure, they try to work with that theming in some basic instances, but I feel like if you copy-pasted the Rock Raiders gameplay loop and plot development into a generic list of human characters, it would play out functionally the same. Editor's note, it's also fucking boring, man. Why didn't I add that? It's fucking boring. Anyways, that cannot be said with Racers or Alpha Team. Alpha Team more so, but I feel like things like the items, characters, and level layouts would have to be redesigned, as well as having the plot to be somewhat more in depth compared to what they can get away with having it be a LEGO game. I should also mention that while I kinda shit on LEGO Racers for its intro cinematic, that was only as a way to use it, the role model, as a comparison tool. I don't think LEGO Racers is bad in its presentation anyway, and I'd go as far as to say it's much better than Alpha Team in several actual gameplay aspects. There's just something about Alpha Team though, all the way down to the UI, that makes me want to root for it because it just screams attention to detail. That spy / half futuristic theming is 100% consistent throughout the entire game, and more than that, it actually is pretty cool instead of something cliche. Well, it does kind of have to be somewhat inherently cliche considering it's LEGO and they prefer a more generalized theming to everything, but even with that, it feels unique in its style. TV is a great addition too that somehow fits in even though it's a talking TV with 2 antennas and legs. That is dumb, but it's cute and it works perfectly here. How do you even think of that? Some may think that the minifigures, particularly the faces, stray too far from the traditional LEGO designs, but I'm honestly completely fine with that because at the end of the day, it shows character. Not everything has to be down to a perfect system, and things like those faces just scream personality in my opinion, and I love them. Look at Chunk, look at his face. Look at his face when he smiles. How can you not love that? He didn't choose to look that way. He was born that way. Don't you shit on him for how he looks. What if I shit on you for how your face looks? Wouldn't you be hurt? Yeah. Think about people like Chunk before you go criticizing a minifigure's face. Piece of shit. Speaking of personality though, can we take a minute to appreciate these dances after we finish a mission? Like, come on, those go hard. Except for Radius. Radius kind of sucks. It kind of looks like Roblox / E-Dance, but still, come on. Something about how Dash hits that in such a rhythm and perfectly transitions that momentum to his other arm, Newton's cradle style, is so satisfying to look back at. Whatever the fuck Chunk's doing, I want to learn how to do. He is hitting that shit. Cam's weird, but she's got the energy, and that's what matters. But yeah, I'm starting to get writer's block from playing this game, so I don't necessarily know how to write a conclusion for this section, but I think you get the point. Game looked good, looked like LEGO. As I said before, I don't play puzzle games. I don't like puzzle games. I'm not good at puzzle games. My brain is pretty fried. As my brain's pretty fried, I began slowly but surely giving up on actually genuinely trying to figure out these puzzles, and I think that way of thinking ended right here, where I tried to cheese the level Turbo Relay by seesawing Chunk across this gap, which would completely skip any puzzle element and Radius purpose in the level, while still fully completing it by hitting both lasers, and yeah, that happened. It was at this point when I realized if you used all your hints in smart enough places, you could realistically just beat the entire level by spamming the hints and doing the most basic fill-in-the-blank thinking
freaking possible. And so yeah, I did that, and I'm not ashamed of it. I don't like puzzle games. I'm not good at puzzle games. This game has greatly hindered my pacing in completing these games. I am behind my target of pacing to get these games done, and I need to get caught up ASAP. I believe I've talked about this game as much as it deserves to be spoken on. I will continue to talk about any new features I come across. I just choose not to actually use my brain power to complete the levels. Hints do not go against the quote-unquote 100%, as that quote-unquote 100% is just finishing all the levels in this game. Normally, I would just consider this beating the game, but because the single missions menu exists and a level doesn't appear in the single missions menu until you complete it, that therefore means there is technically a 100% condition, even though that 100% condition must be reached in order to beat the game in the first place. Weird. That in itself is a bit confusing, but I hope you understood me there. To put it simply, I'm using hints from this point forward to speed up my completion of the game, but that will not hinder this section of the video's quality. That being said, until we actually reach the ending of the game, there isn't too much to actually talk about. Sure, I guess I could talk about, I don't know, the items that each specialist has, but I already highlighted those earlier in the section, so the only thing I could do at the most is nitpick, and I don't have anything to nitpick about. What, I guess I could complain about how these speed things that Charge has have directional pads at the top, and if a character happens to walk on top of the speed thing, they don't change direction according to the directional pad. Like, okay, I don't know, and that there is not hindering the impact of the game itself. The only thing I could maybe say is that Cam has these motor locks that function a lot like radius laser locks because they also shoot lasers, and that's kind of a copy and paste mechanic. Oh no, whatever will we do? But it has its own quirk, and that's that these gear belts have to be in direct line with the motor, or at least I thought, but as you can see, I found that wasn't true from the first mission that they were available, as well as within proper distance of them, like Charge's electricity stuff. That's neat, I guess. Look, I'm reaching for things to say in a video where there really is no point, so let's just breeze through until the ending. Obviously, the levels were nothing special to my eyes, but there was one thing that I did take interest in, and that's Ogle's speech after we rescued Flex.
So, you've put the team back together. No matter. True, you've opened my plunger doors, my double plunger doors, the laser doors, gotten past all of my guards and sentries, opened the electric doors and the motorized doors, and rescued the entire Alpha team, but you'll never get past my rope locks. Why not? Because you can't! I am Ogle, and I cannot be stopped. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Now, originally I thought this was funny, but he was not kidding. Ogle did something I've never seen him do. He broke the fucking game. You see how this teeter-totter has a rope attached to it? Well, when someone walks on the teeter-totter, it's supposed to change to a different texture and then change back when it's done, tottering. Watch what this one does. Yup, he broke the fucking game. I restarted the game and it happened on a different one. I restarted for like 20 minutes straight. No luck. I looked in the extremely limited settings and hid multiple combinations of the graphics settings. Don't know what I was expecting, but that didn't do anything either. I tried each type of GPU in the config exe because for some reason my GPU was listed 3 times and that didn't do anything either. Now, this game isn't popular in any way, so there is zero help online. Trust me, I went through Reddit, GameFAQs, Rock Raiders United, and that's it. Those are the only websites I could find discussion boards on in the game in the first place. Guess what though? Nothing. Nobody else has this issue, just me. So, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I began looking at any video I can on YouTube because, well, what am I supposed to do? And came across a speedrun of it. And I just want you all to watch the beginning with me.
Now, this is done in many different ways, but the first and most important way is just by letting him run throughout the level, which would be true in most cases, but as we can see here, there's a huge design overflow where you can move your character. So you just move him to the end and you whack that button and that is the first level, mission 1 complete.
Yeah, you could just move the character to the end.
So I didn't exactly understand how to do this, and there's pretty much no information online actually telling me how to do it. The only thing I could really find were mentions here and there where you have to tab out of the game, and then once you get back in, you can just move them. And let me tell you, I tabbed out a lot while playing this game, and I never found shit. But I watched the speedrun world record of Alpha Team, and while looking at the inputs, it seemed you literally just clicked on an object, double-click the character, and then shift-click the object again, and when you move the object, the character would move along with. So I tried it, and I was fucking correct. What a genius I am. So, since this game kind of just doesn't work, nobody knows why. I literally do not know how you could possibly fix it. I am otherwise at a complete roadblock in this game. Would you be mad if I just kind of beat the level like this? Well, guess what? It didn't fucking work. I can't tap those. I need the ropes to work, and the ropes won't fucking work, and it's pissing me off, and I hate it, and oh my god. So I looked back at the speedrun. I'm gonna off myself. Okay, well, I'm hopeless, so I might as well try the setup, and holy shit, it actually worked. Okay, well, I guess if I just do the speedrun setups, it'll work. For fuck's sake! Why did that work? There's actually no way. I literally just have to keep restarting the game until it wants to work. Yeah, this was an absolute fucking pain in the ass to get through, but thankfully it turns out Flex is only in 7 missions, meaning my ass is saved by not having to deal with that shit for the rest of the game. So, now that we've gotten to the actual good part plot-wise of the game, what happens? Well, after a bit of dicking around with Flex, we get to the Doom Room, or the Department for Ominous Orb Manufacturing or something like that. I forgot, but the acronym spells Doom, and Ogle is in this sick-ass chair. We pull the lever, he goes, "Ha! But you don't know about my secret Arctic base?" Well, shit. And then we follow him to his secret Arctic base. This is the very end of the game, and as such, the final missions are much more specifically catered towards the characters themselves, with one mission for Dash, one for Crunch, Radia, etc. Then we get to the final level where Ogle yaps a lot and explains his evil plans. I'll let him do that talking since I'm lazy, I just beat the game, and it's 2 in the morning on a Monday as of writing the script.
You're just in time to witness the launch of the Boggle rocket. Now, please, just don't touch anything, and I will be with you as soon as I complete my plan for world domination.
So yeah, we flip the singular lever to stop the Boggle rocket from Boggle rocketing, and Ogle throws a hissy fit, which is pretty funny to be honest.
No, it can't be! You stopped the countdown! No, 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 no!
Yeehaw! We did it! We stopped Ogle! And we owe it all to you!
And, yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, I kind of found that to be a bit of an underwhelming end. Like, sure, yeah, we foiled Ogle's plans, but I guess it just didn't feel that impactful. I feel like the fact we just randomly found out that this big-ass rocket was about to destroy the world or whatever was kind of thrown in, and we didn't have the proper time to really absorb the gravity of that situation. Speaking of that, the ending kind of really made me realize that they could have done a lot better job at progressing the plot when it came to us trying to stop Ogle. When it really came down to it, you would just have one mission where Ogle is up in his cubby watching you, like 5 to 10 missions where you're just doing shit, one where you save a team member, and then the cycle repeats. Now, throughout those, there were slight environmental changes to give a bit of variety when it came to our surroundings, but when it came down to it, there was literally no important plot points besides the ending. We were just trying to catch Ogle. That's it. That being said though, not only is this literally just a puzzle game, and you should be in it for the puzzles, not for the plot, but we have to remember back to the beginning of the section when I mentioned that the development team were only given like 5 months to completely rebrand and retheme this entire game. Honestly, the fact they were able to spit this out in only 5 months is remarkable. Major, major props to them. So yeah, I didn't like this game. I still don't like puzzle games, but maybe you will. Maybe you like puzzle games and want to play with these cylindrically headed men and women for about 8 hours like I did. I mean, if you like Lego and you like puzzle games, sure, play it. It's not bad if you're into that kind of thing. It's kind of like BDSM. What? It's kind of like BDSM, but I don't know how much I can speak on that in a YouTube video, so I think I'm gonna cut this off right about here. LEGO Stunt Rally, originally going to be called LEGO Moto, is, as you can tell, a racing title, and a unique looking one at that, as this takes the form of an isometric racer, akin to a game like RC Pro-Am, an NES and Game Boy game which I'm sure literally none of you have heard of. While looking for other games to compare it to, I realized that the isometric racing game subgenre is one that's pretty dead now, meaning that there actually were a few of them in the 90s and early 2000s, like Motor Mash, Excessive Speed, and Mini Car Racing among others. One thing you may notice is that all of these titles fucking stink and you have never heard of any of them. I wonder why this subgenre didn't sell. Fun fact, we don't know why they changed the name from LEGO Moto, but it was going to be called that in the first place simply because these are the same developers who made LEGO LOCO. And yeah, they wanted a consistent naming scheme, I assume. This is one of the few games where I actually remembered to read the manual before playing the game. So let's go take a look and oh dear, oh god. Yeah, this has the grammar of a 5th grader. Let's read it together. Yeah, that was just the first paragraph. This shit goes on for the entire manual. Like, this exact shit. It's almost like they had a precise formula for what grammar to get wrong and what to get right, because all this lack of commas, no period after Mr. anywhere, weird choice in spacing out words that don't need to be spaced is like the only thing that's going wrong, but it's consistent. Now, I'm not going to do the entire manual, obviously, so I'm just going to give you the SparkNotes version and some highlights because this entire thing is scuffed as fuck. Corporate sponsors are pretty funny to me. To help finance his extravagant lifestyle, Mr. X has the backing of 4 key sponsors. Their influence is widespread over LEGO Stunt Rally World. They called this Stunt Island literally on the same page, where they have set up their businesses. They are Crazy Chem for all your hazardous chemical needs. There's no period and there's just an additional quotation mark floating out there for some reason. Jim Jams. Octan. Slick. They didn't even capitalize the fucking S, bro. And then there's Brothers Rubber with no tagline. It's just Brothers Rubber. I also noticed that every single page of this manual uses the exact same background graphics, and all they do is transition between green and pink tint on them. Jesus Christ. Okay, most of the manual is just normal manual shit, blah, blah, blah. But then if we flip through enough, we get to a page titled The Characters and Their Cars, where cars isn't capitalized. Wonderful. Anyways, look at Mr. X's image. What in the fuck is that? Literally nobody can tell that's even a minifigure. No one knows what that is. Okay, but let's actually get to the character descriptions, since that's helpful because, spoiler, this game doesn't share jack fuck about them. Mr. X has a secret identity for fear of being kidnapped by his opponents. The fuck? Baron Flambeau seems to be the Sebulba or Chick Hicks of Stunt Rally because he's a piece of shit. When he defeats Mr. X, he plans to unmask him and banish him from LEGO Stunt Rally World forever? Fucking WWE ass plot. I thought this shit was supposed to be about racing. Glacia is pretty standard. She's the Ice World boss. I don't know what to call them. She's mean as well, and her paragraph features the first use of the word tobogganing in a LEGO manual. Snake longs to win control of LEGO Stunt Rally World so he can finally get to shout at everyone and boss them around. I would just like to point out that the manual is not elaborated in any way whether we're just racing casually or if this is some sort of hyper-competitive league we're all in. Just saying. And even then, are we gonna be fucking slaves if Snake wins? Like, how does he have this power over us? Radium lives in the city. Once the Rock Raider scientist, Radium, he was caught in one of his own politically incorrect pollution experiments. What the fuck? Okay, fuck Rock Raiders. Why would they specify that his experiment was politically incorrect? Okay, that being said, yeah, Rock Raider scientists. If you all are paying attention, that means at the very least, Rock Raiders, LEGOLAND, LEGO Island, and now LEGO Stunt Rally are all in an extended LEGO gaming universe. They were literally the OGs at this shit. Now that we've got all that setup out the way though, what I need to get done is the actual gameplay itself. And here's where I realized, wow, this wasn't really meant to be a racing game. So we got two different areas, racing and construction. We'll focus on racing since, like LEGO Creator, I can't 100% what is essentially just creative mode. We got 4 modes in the racing section, that being quick race, championship, and single and multiplayer. Quick race isn't fucking around. Literally, as soon as you click it, it throws you straight into a race. No customization or nothing. Single player is pretty similar, except you can actually choose what track, character, and kart setup you want. More on that in a minute. Where we're really at, though, is the championship mode. The one the manual was hyping up to be the coolest shit. I beat it in 90 minutes. Yeah, so championship mode only actually has 20 races in it. Every single race is 3 laps. There is no story. It is extremely bare bones. We begin in a 1v1 versus Megahertz, the robot-looking guy, and we can choose to play as either Chip, Lucky, Wrench, or Barney. I went with Wrench because, like Crunch and Alpha Team, I got a thing for big, tough, stupid characters. Not saying Wrench is stupid, but he's big and tough and soft, so it works out. Anyways, after picking our character, we get put into this kart selection screen, which is pretty simple to be honest. You can select your kart, 3 wheel types, your paint job for if whatever reason you want to rep Wrench's red colors but Barney's blue-ass shark logo, and that's it. There are 2 bars for speed and grip, and to be honest, I kept changing up the kart setup almost every time, and I still kept slipping off the track, man. Like, low traction vehicles slipped more, but high traction vehicles just did not feel like that much of an improvement, combined with the fact the speed stat doesn't really matter too much on future courses where you gotta turn a bunch, so I really have no clue what the meta setup would even be. I'm getting ahead of myself though. Let's actually get into talking about the racing experience itself, which is not what I expected at all. So in reading the original proposal papers online for this game, then titled LEGO Moto, I read something that intrigued me, but I didn't think much of it at the time, and that was that they wanted a 6-year-old to compete with a 26-year-old. Now that I've played this game, I fully understand what they were talking about. This is not a free-form racing game. Your car is stuck to this track, but only slightly, like slot cars. The reason a 6-year-old can compete with a 26-year-old in this game is because the 6-year-old is only going to press the forward button, and 90% of the time, that'll work. The 26-year-old is going to be trying to steer himself, is going to be super fucking confused why he's stuck like glue sometimes but spinning out other times on the track, and is not going to realize you have a literal gravitational pull to the center of the track, and the left and right arrow keys are borderline useless if you want to play like that. With that being said, I had the 26-year-old's mindset and didn't realize for longer than I'd like to admit that I was being stuck down to the track most of the time. I'm pretty sure about halfway through the championship I tested it, and as long as you manage your speed well, you can feasibly beat races and possibly the entire mode just by pressing the up and down arrows. And you know, that's really something. I definitely think there should have at least been an option to make freeform driving how the physics work, but I mean, what can you do? Well, you could just put /freeform into the shortcut path, and that's exactly what would happen, if only it actually functioned properly. Yeah, most of these tracks don't actually have the endings work or something like that when you're in freeform mode for whatever reason, which is pretty heartbreaking for the professional stunt rally players like me who strive for the most realistic experience, but what can you do? That being said, the turning. The arrow keys do have some purpose to them, even if a lot less than usual, and that is if you are using the arrow keys to turn, then it'll stick your car a lot less when actually on those corner turns. At least that's what I noticed. Also, if you keep pressing the left and right arrow keys really quickly for something like those turns where they keep going left and right, your car's just gonna spin out literally every time. I hate that. Why would they put that in a game for children? Children won't understand that. Hell, I'm constantly going left and right in pretty much every kart racer I play, and I don't spin out in those ones. Stupid design decision. I don't like it. Another thing I noticed was pretty meta is that literally after every single turn in the entire game, if you just tap the down arrow to brake check, you can turn it perfectly without spinning out. On the later stages, I found out you gotta have it pressed for just a little bit longer, but this method still worked perfectly. The only issue with it is your character tends to have a sound effect every single time you brake check, which makes the game sound like this on multiple occasions. What the fuck is even going on? What am I... Oh, goodness. Honestly, at this point, most people would probably just cut the review short here and say that, yeah, the game was mid, people are blinded by nostalgia, and move on. But not me. You should know this by now. It's just never that simple, is it? No. Because some of these tracks were shit, and I really want to tell you about them. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go over every single track. If it's nothing special, I'll only give it like a sentence description. But if I hated it, then oh boy, you're going to hear about it. Course 1, titled Formula Fun with no capitals. The only reason we know that these courses are titled is actually because of the single player race selection screen, not the championship mode, which is interesting. Anyways, this is the first course. It isn't too bad for introducing the basics when it comes to controls and all that. I got the hang of things pretty well and didn't have any complaints. Course 2 has no name. Yeah, literally not playable through single player, which is a shame because I really want to call it out by name for starting this bullshit. Why the fuck is there a perfectly fine looking road that goes in another direction if I'm not allowed to drive over there? I was holding the left arrow key, you could see the weird resistance on the car, but it just wouldn't let me. And this wasn't just once, this was twice in the same course, and this bullshit kept going throughout a few future tracks as well. I was deeply confused, so I wanted to do some research on how these tracks were made in the first place. Turns out all of these were made using the same restrictions as the built-in track creator. Look, that seems neat at first, but I think that was a stupid decision. I'm not just salty about this track though, I'm saying this because of a lot of future tracks that we will get into. Also, there was this loop-de-loop that my car just glitched through sometimes. Course 3, Streetwise. This one's pretty neat for the fact that it's set at night, and there is lighting based on street lamps. Granted, the lighting really isn't that good, but it's a change of scenery that's better than nothing. This is also the first course to feature an item, that being this rocket. I originally thought this was some kind of offensive item, but apparently when used, it makes you go a hell of a lot faster for like 10 to 15 seconds and increases your handling slightly. Neat, I guess, but kind of OP. Next one is unnamed again, and it was okay, I don't know. This really highlighted the shitty terraforming Stunt Rally can have when it comes to the track layout, but it is what it is. There was also this cool jump that let me hit a nice-ass 180 time save turn. Now we have the first quote-unquote boss race against Radium. This was neat, and I quite liked the track layout to be honest. There were also these little jelly trucks that you could hit and would leave a spill on the ground, which is a cool mechanic. These boss races are only 1v1s, which made it feel kinda empty, but to be honest, I was just better than all the CPUs to the point these courses almost always felt empty, so I guess I'm just better, I don't know. On to the first track in the desert theme, and yeah, I hate this one. This is the most barren, empty feeling track I've played so far, and one of the worst in the entire game. There's just nothing to comment on, because there's nothing at all. I guess there's these octane items for oil spills, and the jelly trucks are back as oil trucks, but that's it, that's all. Next track introduces fans, which make you float a bit. Otherwise, another barren piece of shit. This one's a piece of shit, but with a nighttime setting. This track design is exactly why I said I think it was a bad idea to use the track editor. Oh boy, my favorite, driving under dozens of perfectly placed pairs of 5 bushes all in a row in a claustrophobic environment that's really twisty-turny and not fun. Now we go against Baron Flambeau, or Flambeau, I don't know, in the 5th track to not be named in the single player menu. I'm starting to think those were just default tracks. Anyway, something I forgot to mention with Radia is the cutscene that plays before these boss races. What the hell is that? That was so random. There was no point to it. This didn't build suspense. I wasn't like, oh shit, there's Baron Flambeau. It was just useless, and there was no point in rendering that out. This track's also shit and has a lot of that multi-directional path garbage in the beginning of the laps. I didn't like this theme. This track also introduced a new item in the form of a windy looking circle around your car, and if someone bumped into it, they spun out. Neat. I don't know. Honestly, the more I go over these tracks, the more I realize either all of them are shit or all of them are just fine, and at most they're gonna have like one cool jump or something in them. I thought going over every track was gonna be neat, but nah, that's just a waste of time, so I'll just share the highlights. In the 3rd track in the jungle theme, they are growing weed. That track also introduced the item for super fucking grippy wheels, in which there is literally no way you can run yourself off the track for around 10 seconds. Next track I kept getting fucked over because oh my god, the collision detection is so weird while you're in midair. I just kept getting stuck, and so my car would respawn and take like 5 seconds to actually accelerate, or as soon as I got unstuck, that's when it decided to respawn me. The drifting also kept bugging out on me, where I literally just wouldn't stop being in a slidey drift thing as if I was on ice until I performed a full drift again. That was dumb. There was also this part in the beginning of the lap where literally the entire right side of the track is blocked off. Now that may not seem like too big of a deal until you remember that Stunt Rally sticks your car to the middle of the track.
Your car has width. It's not just one pixel in the middle of the track. It takes up a portion of the left and right side because that's how the middle of shapes work. Which that means that my car is literally getting gravitationally pulled towards this wall, which is going to fuck me over. Then we 1v1 Snake, and this track was neat because it had a cannon, I guess. The animation of actually getting into it was a bit jank, and going out of it could have put you a bit further, but who am I to complain about a game made for children in the early 2000s? Also forgot to mention for Barana Radium, but these fucking animations when they lose are scary. Why in the fuck are they looking at me like that? What kind of insanity is behind that smile? What's going to happen to me now? Okay, now we're into the ice theme though. Maybe this can be better. Spoilers, it was shit. The saving grace of this game is either the controls or the fact that I haven't played a LEGO game with remotely any action since LEGO Racers. Track 2 introduced the most broken item in the game, a lightning bolt with infinite range that will freeze anyone in front of your cart for like 3 to 5 full seconds. Infinite range, like what? This game had a multiplayer mode, remember? This wasn't just a single player racing game like LEGO Racers and how they only had 2-player because it wasn't designed for multiplayer. This one has 4-player multiplayer, all on one keyboard and mouse, by the way. Why did they not balance this better? The next track's design just simply infuriates me because the amount of ice pit spam on these turns. What are they thinking? This doesn't look good. This is ugly. You could have just dotted a couple here and there. Nobody's even gonna reach the second layer of ice. What were they thinking? And oh my god. Glacia's 1v1 may be the most infuriating track design I've come across. And it's like intentionally infuriating. The track designers knew what they were doing. Like, it doesn't look unbearably ugly or anything. It just sucks to drive on unless you know what you're doing. And I'll admit, it took me 3 or 4 times to beat her. Finally, we get to the last 1v1 against Mr. X. And while it's the biggest track in the game, I just think it feels like they dumped a bunch of assets into a track design and called it a day. There's so much here that I think it would just be easier to show you the race itself. So here, I'll show you one lap and then speed up the rest.
This is stupid fucking game design. What kind of bullshit ass track was it?
Not good. What definitely made up for it though is Mr. X's final cutscene. Rather than look like someone out of a fucking insane asylum or even be mad that he lost, he looks at me with a great big smile. So proud and happy to pass his legacy down to someone who can conquer for generations. For some reason he called me world champion though, even though it's been stated multiple times this is simply a championship for the island and not the world, but it was also stated once that it was for the world, so I don't know. He also has said some words in the cutscene that the audio just did not play, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt and say that it was my fault somehow, I don't know. And then that's it. I got no special trophy in a special menu or anything. I can just kind of look at the championship menu and see everything that I beat. And I guess the items I got for the construction mode too. But they could have at least told me like, why don't you go build a track with these new course props or whatever. Which does bring me to the second part of this game, and that is the construction menu. Basically, it's just like a track creator. That's it really, what can I say? I forgot to write a conclusion for this part in the script, but yeah, that's LEGO Stunt Rally for you. It's basically a slot car simulator, but LEGO. There's not really too much LEGO to it besides maybe the construction menu, but I don't have to do the construction menu because I'm just 100%ing these games.
So yeah, that's the game. I didn't like it very much. It was kind of boring, but you know, at least I got some fast-paced racing, which is a bit more action than let's see, Lego Alpha Team, the Lego My Style games, Lego Rock Raiders on PS1, LEGOLAND, Lego MindStorms Exploration Mars, Lego Rock Raiders on PC, debatably, and Lego Technic The Mission. So, you know, maybe I enjoyed it a little more than those. And for a while, this is where things stagnated. For a little more than 9 months. We are not going to go into all that, but let's just say I was busy. With my life being so cluttered at the time, I simply could not dedicate the time to this project, and thus I felt like it was best to end part 1 of the series roughly about here. I went through a lot of self-doubt during this period of time, at one point scrapping the entire project, then scrapping the idea of turning this project into a video, before coming full circle and starting to work on it fully again. With that being said though, let's correct one section. One of a game that I seem to have severely misinterpreted. When I started this project, I wasn't as educated as I was now. I didn't realize just how impossible feeling this project was going to be. And at the time, I thought there were only 100-ish games, not over 210. I didn't think that I was going to go as in-depth as I ended up going, and I didn't realize just how obsessed I would consistently stay with this. It is because of that I feel my segment on LEGO Island not only doesn't properly reflect what this game was built for, but I believe I failed to truly appreciate the effort that was put into the title. When I came into playing LEGO Island, I was dead set on 100% of these games. I didn't think about really absorbing everything, looking at every little detail. I just wanted to fill up that score cube. That's just not how you're supposed to play LEGO Island. LEGO Island is not a game to beat, it is a game to experience. There isn't meant to be a set endpoint. You are meant to use your imagination, explore the island, interact with the people inhabiting it, look around the buildings that you can enter for more than just building a vehicle, customize the island through single clicks. This game wasn't meant for people who play linear games. This was a true proto-sandbox of sorts, a playground of LEGO you could live inside of. Thousands of children used to play this game for hours upon hours upon hours, for days, weeks, and months, and it wasn't because they were trying to catch the Brickster. It was because they were having fun in their own little world that managed to really capture the essence of LEGO. The friendliness, wackiness, silliness, but also familiarity that these bricks always seem to have. They didn't stray too far, they didn't do anything completely crazy to reinvent the way LEGO would be used for the end of time. They worked within their restrictions, and they excelled in finding the most creative ways to work within their challenges. I hadn't realized how truly detailed LEGO Island was for its time. As the weeks passed, I had thoughts that I hadn't quite experienced all there was to experience, but I had different events going on at the time. I didn't have the free time to go back and halt my progress. It was when I saw Ringtail's definitive long play on LEGO Island that I truly realized the extent of the love that was poured into this product. Over 8 hours of gameplay, not filled with doing the same things, but simply the act of exploring, roaming around, interacting, and absorbing yourself. Even through all 8.5 hours, not all of the voice lines are spoken. This is not to mention how much of a pioneer Island was for its time. There was nothing to base this software off of. They couldn't really even base it off of an existing game because a 3D interactive island like this hadn't been done before. They were completely in the dark, and they came out with a gem that most people simply cannot see it for in current times, for they will never give a game like this the proper time it deserves. In the modern world of being able to play any game you want, being surrounded by hundreds of people with all different levels of knowledge on different topics, there simply isn't a value to spending tens of hours roaming around on LEGO Island. This was made for its time, at a time where you couldn't just play thousands of games whenever. You had to pick a game, and that was your game for the next however long. And that rings especially true for kids, because you know they couldn't afford to buy anything else. With that, I believe this is also a title which benefits more from a show and not tell approach. Because of this, I think it would be best to just show you a couple minutes of footage instead of me merely describing it, so you can really get a feel for how it is.
You do, so why am I telling you?
You know, the best way to really discover things is to try them out.
You never know what's going to happen. I don't, and I've been here for about a zillion years. fastest you've ever driven?
200.
100.
50. Hey, 50 is legal. What's this for?
Littering.
What a surprise to see you here. Well, actually, come to think of it, no it isn't. I was expecting you. Anyway, if you want to build a race car, and who wouldn't, look for and select the button that looks like this.
How you doing? I'm Bill Ding, and you're just in time. Let me put this cap on here, and wow, pretty sporty hardware, huh? I'll bet you're ready to build your car, right? If not, I'd exit by hitting that triangle over here. I'm pretty busy, so unless your head's falling off, you're on your own. I know you're smarter than me, and I've built zillions of cars, so I know you can figure it out, too. Now, that's the switch to move the shelves to find your parts. Click them and drag them down to the wire frame. Your paints are over there, and this switch over here will swing your car around for a better look. When you're done, click on the triangle sign and somebody will bring her out front for you to drive. Ooh-wee, snappy-looking wheels you got there. Good job. I'll have somebody bring it out front for you. Oh, if you want to make any kind of changes later, just come on in again. You know, customize.
And now I'm going to make a pizza masterpiece, a work of art, maybe better than the Mona Lisa, with a big meatball eyes and a cheesy smile.
Get in there! Somebody's choking! Quick, do something! Click on him, somebody!
I kept telling him, shoot! I kept telling him, shoot!
Whoa!
Hey!
Now I know how.
Don't worry. If we can't save it, we can make it tomorrow night special.
Wow, what's that?
What a relief. We gotta put up a sign. No pets allowed.
Man, is it hard to get some sleep around here or what?
Well, don't drop him!
You mean like that other guy?
Whatever happened to him?
Who?
The other guy.
We dropped him!
Well, don't drop him!
Maybe I'm just overthinking, but the more I watch and the more I experience this game, the more my brain can slow down, appreciate the little things, the more I can become absorbed, and the more I can really enjoy myself. When you let yourself just roam around and explore, it doesn't feel like a game with limitations. It feels like a place filled with small activities and interactions. While I do tend to ramble, as you all have seen in previous sections, I believe it's probably best if I keep this concise. Anything else I could add would just feel tedious, as I wouldn't have much left but to delve into very specific situations, one that are best left to be found, not retold.
with that, we are finally done. Part 1 of the LEGO project has concluded. It's honestly a bit emotional for me since work on this project started all the way back in 2021 with the initial creation of the LEGO game spreadsheet. Yeah, this project really has changed my life, and I'm not joking when I say that during some pretty dark periods in my head, this stupid little project was just enough light to make me laugh when I needed it. On and off for 4 years, I remained dedicated. I took a lot of breaks, a lot of things happened in my life during those years, yet I stayed committed, and honestly, I'm even surprised at myself for getting this far. While these games may not be that great, while I may have yapped for way, way too long on a few of them, I encourage not just you, but us to look forward into the future, because we still have a lot to get through. The videos are only going to get better, and the games are only going to get better too. And weirder. There are some pretty weird ones mixed in there. Also, future parts are going to have a lot more money spent on devices, so if you like seeing me spend money, there's that too. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the journey so far, and I hope at least a few of you stick around for what's to come. If you guys are curious on how the project is going, or possibly want to interact with me, I do have links in the description for my socials and such. And, you know, maybe with this project, we can actually create one of the only active LEGO gaming Discord servers, because trust me, I tried finding them. They don't exist. Yeah, but with that, I think we're done here for now. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, whenever you're watching this. And thank you for joining me. See ya. For now.